America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, before we start, just a public safety notice. The doors are okay, everyone. Don't worry. The meeting's not being canceled. We did set up an extra 50, 60 chairs in the two rooms on the side across from the bathroom. The fire marshal or fire official, sorry, I got the right term, has advised people are allowed to stand on the side. You're allowed to sit on the side, but once it starts blocking the egress, that would be a safety hazard. We do have an extra 50, maybe even more, 60 chairs in those rooms. Additionally, if we need, we have a third room available that we could open. So if that becomes a problem, please go there. When we get to the public comment, I will wait a minute or two. And I think it's also set up with audio in those rooms and a TV, sorry, so you can watch and you can clap and or boo, whatever you want in that room. And then we will, I will take a minute or two. I will ask our business administrator at that point, if you don't mind, I'm sorry to run this by you before, if we could just take a minute and make sure if anyone is from any ordinance, which is a second reading, or by the public comment at the end of the meeting, if anyone from those rooms wants to come in, feel free to come in and speak. So hopefully we won't rush and close down the meeting. So Madam Clerk, I just want to make the public announcement. So anyone who's blocking the doors, please don't block the doors. Feel free to stand on the side. We put as many chairs as legally that we are allowed to. We added 2 rows of chairs. The occupancy in this room is 120 chairs plus standers. So please, recognize that and support that. And like I said, we have those extra rooms in case there's an overflow crowd that comes later, and we will go from there. So Madam Clerk, the meeting's yours.
Good evening and welcome to the August 25th, 2026 regular meeting of the Jackson Township Council. Pursuant to the provisions of New Jersey's Open Public Meeting Act, adequate notice of this meeting was properly provided by transmitting the notice of the meeting on January 9th for publication. Notice of this meeting of the Township Council is posted in the corridor of the municipal building, on the Township website, and in the office of the municipal clerk. We'll begin with a roll call. Councilman Borelli?
Here.
Councilman Bressi?
Here.
Councilman Pollack?
Here.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Present.
Council President Bernstein?
Here.
Thank you. Also attending this evening is Mayor Kuhn, Attorney McGuckin, Administrator Tarafanko, Ms. Dagner, and myself, Sandra Martin.
And Veronica.
Thank you. Ms. Ragnar Dagner. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the Certificate of Achievement. Council President Bernstein?
Mayor Kuhn. We did next.
Thank you, Council President. As mayor, I could not be more proud of these 4 outstanding students for representing Jackson Township in the state and the national stage. After placing second in New Jersey, they went on to compete against more than 60 teams from across the country and finished in the national semifinalists, placing in the top 18 in the nation. That is an amazing accomplishment and a true reflection of the hard work, creativity, teamwork, and dedications to the STEM. Congratulations, Joey, Devin, Ray, and Abida. Jackson Township is proud of you, and I can't wait to see what you accomplish next.
Come on up. Guys, coming up. Gentlemen, coming up. Council. Yeah. If you could join the mayor in the middle. If you join the mayor in the middle, and then council, if you could join me behind so we can take a picture from behind. Your name, but you're taller than me, so you're blocking me. I don't mind not being in the picture, but. Congratulations. So before we go further, after every presentation, you could stay. You could leave, whatever you want, but thank you again, and thank you for reaching out and letting the township know about this honor. Congratulations, guys.
The next item on the agenda is the small business recognition. Council President Bernstein.
So before I turn the floor to Council Vice President Palmieri, I just want to take a moment and just talk about this concept and this idea that Council Vice President has been doing for the past over a year. And I had the chance, we moved opening comments a little bit later. The company who do Village Donuts, I think he has to be in the shop at 1 a.m. So please don't hold him up too much after he starts baking his donuts. I'm a donut lover, and I asked him if he can make me a custard donut. But congratulations from my end, and I'll turn the floor over to Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. Tonight, we are proud to recognize Village Donuts as our latest Jackson Township small business highlight. Yeah, absolutely. Village Donuts has been part of the Jackson community for more than 50 years. And when you talk about longtime local businesses in our town, Village Donuts is certainly one that comes to mind. Owners James and Ashley have continued a tradition that has been part of Jackson for generations, and we are happy to have them here with us tonight. Our small business highlight is about recognizing the local businesses and the people behind them who contribute to our community and make Jackson a great place to live. So on behalf of the Mayor and Township Council, congratulations to James and Ashley and the entire Village Donuts team on being selected as our small business highlight. Thank you for your commitment to Jackson Township, and congratulations. You can come on up.
Come on up. Come on up. And I just want to add that I asked these two wonderful young people before how many donuts to make a day. They told me to make close between 400 to 500 donuts a day, and they're looking to up their inventory. So Jackson residents, keep on eating those donuts. Congratulations. What time do you open? 5 o'clock sharp.
The next item on this evening's agenda is the Township Council comments, starting with Council President Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So first of all, I just also wanted to take a moment and just piggyback off of that. We have so many wonderful businesses here in town. They need our support. I am calling on our residents. If there are good donuts in other towns, we have great donuts here and other wonderful businesses. Let's continue to support Jackson first. I want to take a moment and just recognize Jackson Day. So Jackson Day, to me, I was not expecting to be there as long as I was. I went early in the morning. I came back a couple times, and then once the day actually began, I was there. By 8 o'clock, before the drone show and before the rain started, I had to leave. I couldn't move. It was, in my opinion, and this is the feedback I've gotten from many, many residents, it was a beautiful, historic day. I think we had historic numbers. I've been going to Jackson Day for 10 years, 9 years, since Mayor Reyna moved it to Sunday. Maybe it's less than that, maybe it's 5 years. I've always enjoyed it, but this year there's something special in the ear. The music was just loud and booming. I actually at one point went over to Freddie and said, "Can we lower the music?" Because I just couldn't hear myself think and talk to people. I had an opportunity in meeting residents from literally every spectrum of Jackson, every part of Jackson. It was a diverse crowd. It was a happy crowd. People were just letting their differences just disappear for that one day, which was, I think, beautiful. And I really just want to take a moment and thank and give a round of applause to Mayor Kuhn. I know how hard she worked and her entire team worked, and I don't want to leave anyone out. There was a fantastic Jackson Day committee that really stayed laser focused. They didn't meet as often as previous day committees because it wasn't necessary. Everyone was just getting the work done. A special thanks to Freddie. I'm just going to call him Freddie because last meeting I botched up his last name. To Joey Lynn Anderson. And everyone in their office, and maybe the mayor will mention the names that I didn't, but really everyone in their office It was an historic, there was not a week that went by, I didn't get a call from Freddie, Morty, do you know any more sponsors, any more ideas of what we can do? Or Morty, don't try pushing someone else in. We hit the cutoff, we have no more room, we're great to go. He was fielding calls Friday night, late at night, Saturday throughout the day, Sunday throughout the day. And I think finally at 3 o'clock, I went over to Fred and I said, Freddie, chill, it's going great. You can enjoy the festivities. I personally, it's appreciated. I never went in a dunk tank before. I know many residents love the opportunity to throw that ball at me and get me wet. And I guess I enjoyed it too much. But it was really, really a great opportunity, a great situation. I came home. I'm not gonna use all the words that I used, and I obviously a little red in my forehead. And my wife said, "Where were you?" And I said I was in a dunk tank. She was like, "No, you weren't." But yes, I was. It was great. It was fantastic. And kudos to really the entire Jackson for coming out. A mixed, diverse crowd. It was really what Jackson, I think, is all about. I think it's something hopefully everyone here could agree to. And I think it was just a day to celebrate and a day of pride. And everyone remembering, no matter, forgetting our political differences sometimes, forgetting sometimes some of the issues that are going on in town that need to be resolved. It was just a happy celebration where I think by and large, it just went off without any issues. So kudos to Mayor Kuhn and her team. Kudos to Jackson residents for showing up. Kudos to our DPW, and kudos to our Jackson PD and all the volunteers for really doing a fantastic, fantastic job. So let's give a round of applause to everyone for that. A couple of things I just want to address after the last meeting, and I'm going to also just be, I guess, just say it's not always easy being up here in this chair. The questions come hard, they come fast. And I do my best to try to answer them. I know sometimes people say I spin around it. I disagree. We take everything people say seriously after the meeting. I usually, depending on how the meeting was, if I watch it that night or if I wait a couple of days just to calm down. And there's going to be some legislation you're going to see introduced tonight. We'll talk about it later. That actually came based on that meeting, which I think is fantastic. But there's a couple of rumors I just wanted to dispel or just to talk about because I don't like getting personal here, but it just bothered me. So by the last meeting, made a conscious decision. I was going to take notes. My head was down most of the meeting. And I think most people who knew me knew that's what I was doing. It was my easiest way of keeping track. There was a gentleman who came from Brick, who I wasn't planning on naming because I figured everyone here in Jackson knows him. And he's actually a friend of mine. I spoke to him last night on the phone for a while. I'd been to his house and we disagree on a lot of things passionately. But I consider him a friend, and he doesn't always support things politically that I support. So he came up, and for anyone who was questioning it, that was not disrespect. I think he understood where I was coming from. I was cracking a joke. I try to crack jokes sometimes. Anyone who knows me well knows that's what I do. But everyone, let's take a deep breath and know what our goals here are. And our goals is obviously to get information and try to answer as many things as possible, but also for us, take back your feedback and see what we can do to make Jackson a better place. We're a legislative body. The mayor and the BA obviously are an administrative body. We do pass things along. And we are, I believe everyone up here from my left to my right are working diligently and trying to make Jackson a better place despite our differences. One of the things that I've been getting a lot of questions are, and I reached out to members of the Board of Ed just to get the facts. So there was an AI picture of myself and the mayor hugging each other outside of the McAuliffe with a thumbs up, which I think everyone knew was AI, which is fine. I've seen worse, so that part didn't bother me. But the rumor flying around that certain people are spreading is that McAuliffe was either given to the Jewish community, which just creates unnecessary tension. So, and pardon me, Council Vice President, if I steal any of your thunder as a liaison to the Board of Ed. So based on the information that I got, so the Board of Ed initially put the asking price at $54 million, I apologize, for the McAuliffe Middle School. And the assessed value, we all talk about assessments here all the time, and appraisals. The appraisal was somewhere between, I didn't get the exact number, but it's somewhere between $35 and $37 million. And they put it on, they had no bites. Or better yet, they had bites, but the bites were way below what they were hoping to get. So the Board of Ed put it on for a second time for a open bid. And at that point, I think they had two different bids that came in, and they took the bid that was higher and had better conditions that they actually believed. So for those who are saying that, the school is given away for $14 million cheaper, they made the first asking price shooting for the stars. That's part of negotiations in real estate. They lowered it to a more realistic goal, but I think it's important for the residents here to know they actually got higher than the appraised value. And again, I'm not an appraiser. Maybe if I would have done appraisal, I would have said higher, but that was the appraised value and that's what they got. And just to answer, people have asked, what are those $40 million going to? So the information that I received today, and again, I just want to put it out there, this is not, the council does not control the Board of Ed budget, but I know this is a platform where hopefully the facts can get out. Out of those $40 million, $2.2 million was paid to TD Bank for payoff of equipment lease on buildings, some of the solar panels and things like that. Secondly, $10 million was used for the balance of the 2025-26 school budget. Another 10 million, a little over 10 million. Another 10 million was used to balance the 26-27 school budget, and $11 million is remaining for the is still remaining from that fund. And if you do the math, it's actually $35 million. It's not 40. And I had that question, and the answer I got was that the sale agreement was $40 million, but $35 million up front and $5 million over 10 years. So the district would have that revenue coming in over 10 years of approximately $600,000 if you take into it some of the interest payments. So I just thought that was important to put out. And I'm sorry for being long-winded. I also just want to take a moment. 2 residents reached out to me this week asking me how the zoning board and planning board appointments work. So, and I actually got a lot of, Morty, the zoning board is just a fantastic board. And I said, that's amazing to hear, because if I would have told you that I appointed 95% of the members of the zoning board, maybe your opinion would have changed. And they were like dead quiet. You didn't appoint those members. So I just want to put out there, the zoning board is appointed by council. The planning board is appointed by the mayor. Everyone has terms, and those terms expire at different points. There are vacancies currently on the planning board, and the mayor is soliciting applications, hopefully for some of those seats. The zoning board, for the first time in a very long time, is full. It's full, and kudos to those who stepped up, and kudos to our zoning board. I believe who do a fantastic job making sure that our zoning ordinances or land use ordinances are applied fairly. But I just wanted to put it out there, and as a conversation I had with a zoning board member this weekend, I'll just say it. My conversation was, someone made a joke to me earlier this week. You guys just call the zoning board members and tell them what to do. And I said, actually, before I ever vote on a zoning board member, I generally call them before. I give it a little bit of an interview, usually 5 to 10 minutes on the phone. And I tell them my 2 rules are be fair and be legal. And keep in mind, this is Jackson Township. And one of the board members who I was speaking to by Jackson Day responded, and Morty, and if you would ever call me and tell me how to vote, I'd be the first person coming to the dais and publicizing it, because that would be wrong. And I hope all the board members stick to that, because that's really what our boards are. Volunteers, we're continuously looking for more volunteers here in Jackson. And whether it's on a planning board or any other board, you see a vacancy. I'm not sure what other boards have vacancies, but we love volunteers, and please continue to volunteer. Seeing this room here, we should get 10 applications tomorrow for people who want to volunteer to serve our town, because there's always more room for improvement. There's always more that we can do as a town. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening.
Council Vice President Palmieri.
Thank you, Clerk. I'd like to start by just saying I had a great time at Jackson Day. I saw a lot of residents there. I spoke to a lot of residents, and it was a really awesome day. I want to thank the Recreation Department, DPW, our police, first responders, our committee that helped put this together, our mayor as well. Everyone did a really great job, and it was really great to see so many people there. Secondly, a new school year is starting in 2 weeks, so I would like to just wish all our students good luck. I know they don't want to hear that, but good luck to our students, and I want to thank our teachers, support staff, administrators for their tireless work that they put in every day during the school year. And thirdly, and this is something I wasn't going to necessarily speak on, but I felt I had to, and this is a little more personal. It's not political. People are making it political, but it's not, and I want to clarify it because I think it's wrong, and I'm hopeful that after I share this, you all folks may agree. So I read, and of course, this is always anonymous stuff, and I don't like to comment on anonymous stuff because it's just aimless and pointless, but folks can come after my politics if they'd like. They might not like me. They might not like what I vote on, and that's okay. I'm elected for you all to do that and question me, question everything I say and do. My wife is not. And 2 years before I ran for or was elected to the Jackson Board of Education, 2 years before, she accepted a role on the Jackson Board of Education. And 2 years ago, she resigned and left the Jackson Board of Education on her own. She got the job on her own and she left on her own before I had anything to do with anything. So for folks to put on that she didn't is completely inappropriate, and I think it's wrong. And historically, we've always left spouses outside of politics because they have nothing to do with politics. My wife hates politics. He knows, he's met my wife many times. She hates politics. She hates this. But she knows I do it because I care for my town. And she bites her lip a lot when she sees things about me. And I respect that, and I love her for it, and I thank her for it, standing strong and tall. But please, leave her out of it. She got it on her own, and she left on her own, years before and years after. And I would just think that's not unreasonable. So I hope all can hear that and respect that, and I think everyone would agree with that. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I just want to repeat for anyone who came in late, we have an overflow seating in other rooms. Feel free to stay in here. Right now, the room is not overcrowded, but we're not allowed to block the door. So if you want to just move over to the sides a little bit closer in front of the screens, that would be fine. I guess don't block the screen too much. But please do not block the door as per the fire official this week to our business administrator. Thank you. And if you see anyone coming in, you could just whisper to them also just to move over. Thank you. Continue, please.
Councilman Borelli?
Thank you, Clerk Martin. I concur with Council President Bernstein, Council Vice President Palmieri. Jackson Day was a great day. My wife and I attended Jackson Day's 50th annual event this past Sunday in Johnson Park. We had a very nice time. Met a lot of people, very nice people we spoke with. There was a great turnout. The weather was absolutely beautiful. The sense of community was there and incredible. I want to thank you to everyone who helped make it a success, the people of Jackson, the basketball tournament. I'm telling you, some of the players on that court look like they can play in the NBA, maybe for the Knicks. The many food trucks and vendors that we had there, the entertainment, of course, Jackson Police, Fire, and EMS. And a big thank you, too, of course, to the Jackson Day Planning Committee for spending months and months working together on making it a fun and special day for all. The layout of the park for the festivities, the buffer between the vendor tables, the food trucks, and the rides was a major improvement from previous years. And I hope that will continue for future Jackson Days. I know, Council President, you mentioned the former Krista McAuliffe Middle School. And I hope something can be done there to celebrate Krista McAuliffe, who was a dedicated teacher and a great American patriot. Thank you. Maybe we can hopefully look into doing something really special there to commemorate her life and her story and those of the people she served with on the Challenger. Take care and have a good evening. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I just want to respond to what Councilman Borelli just said. I actually had a conversation with some of the people who own and operate the new property. I mean, who bought the property. They're open to that idea, and they told me they would definitely be interested in sitting down and having a conversation about maybe making some form of memorial of some form to the school, but also to Kristen McAuliffe. So they are open to that idea. So thank you for bringing it up.
Councilman Brassey?
Thank you. It was great to hear about Jackson Day. Regretfully, me and my family could not attend, but from what I'm hearing, it was great. What I heard from the residents is great. Great turnout. Thanks to all the workers that got it done in the committees. Great job. A great recognition to the school TSA robotics. Robotics are a little ahead of my time, but I really get fascinated by what they can do, and it's amazing. And to the Village Donut Shop, my family and I have been here 53 years. We're familiar with them, and they've been there for us all the time. Great, you achieved it, that achievement you deserved. Thank you for coming out this evening.
Councilman Pollock?
Good evening, everybody. I really would love to give a short opening comment sometime soon. I think I only had one time since I've been elected. I do have a lot of things to talk about. Let's start with the good. We had a great Jackson Day. Everybody's in agreement. I just got to say thank you to everybody who made that possible and all the wonderful people of Jackson who came out. I wanted to come here tonight and just be positive and hopeful because I really am. Unfortunately, sometimes that feels like a rarity, but I really think there's a lot to be hopeful and positive about in this town. We've seen this government, I think, transform in a lot of ways over this last year. It's been a fight. It can be difficult. There's still a lot of battles ahead, whether it's between us or against outside forces that are not good for our town. The town, I think for a while, has felt very discouraged. It's felt defeated in a lot of ways. But if you look around, you see all different types of people participating in government, being here, making their voices heard. And it's a beautiful thing to see. I'm really proud of that. I think there's hope for a better future, and we're actively working towards it. Everyone here really gives me hope for the future. And now you may see me fighting with a lot of different people in government, but I have to give a lot of credit because I think recently we're starting to work together more. We're starting to figure out things we can do to make our community better, regardless of differences. And I'm really proud of that. And I'm looking forward to working with my fellow council members to do some good things. I think we're going to get a couple things done in a short period of time. I believe it. I wanted to move on to address some of the rhetoric and some of the things being said and posted online. I had a couple people come up to me and say, hey, what are you doing about it? What are you doing about it? And, you know, in my mind, I'm thinking like, I'm not saying these things. I don't believe them. I'm against them. But I guess when you're in a position like this, you do have to say more. You do have to be more. And when you have this, it's really weird saying power. I don't like to have power, by the way. You have influence, whatever it is, you have a voice. I want to use my voice. And I don't believe hateful or discriminatory rhetoric does anything but hurt our overall community. And everybody has to remember, our community is every single person who lives in this town. It doesn't belong to one group, one religion, ethnicity, or political side. There's real issues, there's real problems, there's legitimate debates that need to be had, and we should have them without hate, without labeling people, without going after an entire community, because that's not fair. When you raise legitimate concerns, you question decisions, you criticize policies or accountability, that's not hateful. That's what you should be doing. When legitimate criticism, though, crosses into personal attacks, threats, name-calling, stereotyping, or attacking entire groups of people, it doesn't strengthen any argument that anyone has. It actually weakens it. It distracts from the actual issues. And it gives people an excuse to dismiss legitimate concerns, and it divides neighbors who have to live together. If people want to make arguments, it should be based on facts. If your position's right, you shouldn't have to be nasty or call people names. I'd like to note about what's been going on lately and this political climate we have. It's been created over a period of time, and often by the people who may cry victim. This government has not operated with transparency for a while. It's been weaponized against residents and opposition. I've had the police called on me. People have been kicked out of meetings, violating their free speech. No one forgets the tax-funded campaign to try and ruin my life and reputation. This is what you get when you operate a government in this fashion. We're here today because of decisions that have been made before. People are angry. People don't feel represented or heard. And these aren't excuses. It's a reality. None of this should be happening. But I really hope we can shape a better future without any of this. Now, tonight, I want to get into one of the ordinances a little early on because there's something that happened beforehand to this ordinance. It passed first reading, the data center ordinance, but the planning board voted that it was inconsistent with our master plan, and now we need 4 votes to pass it. Now, I have to address what happened at the planning board meeting because I have a lot to say about it. I watched the meeting, and in my opinion, it seemed kind of politically motivated. The board voted that this ordinance was inconsistent with our master plan. Why don't we look at what our master plan actually says? All right. Its stated land use plan goal is to achieve a pattern and mix of land uses that achieves various community planning objectives, including the provision of quality residential neighborhoods, the protection of our natural resources, the economic development of the community, and the creation of a livable and desirable community. It also states to direct growth into areas suited for land development and away from areas appropriate for resource protection. I also heard the argument that this ordinance would somehow bias the zoning board, which makes no sense. By that logic, every zoning ordinance creates bias. Doesn't make sense whatsoever. The entire purpose of zoning is for the governing body to decide what uses belong in the town, where they belong, and under what conditions. Now, we can certainly debate this ordinance, and I appreciate the healthy debate we've had up here. It's very respectful, and I think everybody's looking out for the town. But saying it's inconsistent with the master plan simply isn't supported, in my opinion, by the goals written in the master plan. We're talking about data centers, one of the most resource-intensive land uses being developed today. They can consume enormous amounts of electricity. We've all seen our electricity prices go up. I remember when this first happened, I dug into it and did research, and I immediately said, the data centers is a major part of it, supply and demand. But, you know, some of them rely on a lot of water use, and Jackson has a lot of aquifers. We rely on our groundwater. It's very important for our environment. These places operate 24 hours a day, sometimes creating noise, and they give very little economic opportunity to people in town. Now, when our master plan specifically talks about protecting natural resources, protecting residential neighborhoods, directing growth to appropriate locations, and creating a livable and desirable community, I don't understand how anyone can seriously claim that prohibiting them is inconsistent with those goals. Like I said, we can disagree about the ordinance, but don't tell the people of Jackson that protecting our water, our electrical infrastructure, our environment, and our quality of life is somehow inconsistent with our master plan. If anything, that's exactly what the master plan tells us to do. And something else happened at that planning board meeting that I think is important. The planning board's own attorney seemed unsure of exactly what the board was trying to accomplish with its argument. He repeatedly made one of the strongest arguments for the ordinance, actually. He had to explain multiple times that by specifically prohibiting data centers, this ordinance would make it more difficult for an applicant to obtain approval for one. It would increase the applicant's burden and the weight of evidence they would need to present to justify that use. So while members of the planning board were trying to make the case against this ordinance, their own attorney was explaining exactly why it matters. It puts a higher hurdle in front of anyone who wants to build a data center in Jackson, and that's the idea. I would like to actually directly address the planning board. The planning board may be one of the most consequential and unelected bodies in any municipality. Its decisions can shape what a town becomes for generations. I wouldn't necessarily clap for that, depending on the outcomes in your town. A strong planning board can protect a community's character, protect the environment, and our quality of life. A bad planning board can permanently damage them. Sometimes you have to ask yourself what's going on in town, and how do you feel about the direction and future of your town? Because I have serious concerns about the leadership and direction of our planning board. When the leadership of an appointed land use board becomes heavily involved in local politics, whether it's doing fundraisers, meet and greets, attacking political opposition, it makes you think, are they making the right decisions for the town? Are they focused on doing the right thing? I question that very heavily. And when members of that leadership get involved in that type of actions, it makes me wonder who they're serving. Are they serving politicians? Are they serving developers? Are they serving the very people of this town? Now, if you want to be involved in politics, go for it. Run for office. Come up and say whatever you got to say. Advocate. Go campaign for people. Do it. I think that's a wonderful thing. But it's about whether the people of Jackson can have confidence that one of our most powerful appointed boards in this town is making decisions based on planning, facts, and the law, and what's best for Jackson, not what's just best for politics. These questions become more important when that board is making decisions involving development, density, environmentally sensitive land, and the future character of our community. And I've questioned a lot of these decisions going on in town. It's my personal opinion that the leadership of the planning board may seriously want to consider resigning so we can move on and move forward in a new direction in this town. I did not come here to make friends. I came here to fight for change, and I think change is needed. And I will advocate for it as much as possible, no matter who I make angry. Okay? Thank you, guys. I'm looking forward to the rest of the meeting.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk. So I just want to remind everyone again who came in late, we're not allowed to block the doors due to the fire official. There's room on this wall on this side, or just move over. Let's try to leave the doors closed. And those who are sitting, if we could just move over like 2-3 feet. So the doors are not blocked. We would like to respect what the fire official requested. I don't want to get anyone tell me I'm speaking too much tonight. I was told I spoke too much for the last meeting, but it's a couple things that I forgot from my notes looking back. I scribbled before. One of the things I wanted to just start doing, hopefully a better job at the beginning of the meetings, is updating some of the ordinances that we are working on. A resident came by the last meeting about short-term rentals, asking that there are issues in town about short-term rentals, if our ordinance is tough enough, if we're accomplishing enough. Our attorney has researched that. A memo has gone out, was sent out to all of the council members. There are potential issues with the way that was proposed. There might be a compromise, which is possible. So far, Councilman Palmieri and I have had a conversation. I'm hoping over the next week to have a conversation with the rest of my colleagues and get a consensus for the next meeting, one way or the other, either to move forward with something, but that was something that you brought up that was taken seriously, that will either be on the agenda or not be on the agenda, but at least it is being looked into. And thank you, and Greg, for looking into that. Additionally, I just want to mention one more thing by Jackson Day, just to deal with some preconceived notions and perceptions. Our Jackson team this year was a tough team. They followed the rules. They were extremely organized, and I think they did a great job. I was told no by them a couple times, different requests that I had. And I just want to put out there, in previous years, and I think this is important for the vendors in town to know, in previous years, I've gotten sponsors for pizza for free, kosher pizza. And lo and behold, and I was never told by me, a former mayor gave us permission. Lo and behold, I did not realize that obviously there were vendors in the crowd who were losing out because they're selling their goods, and then some guy walks in with 100 pies of free pizza, and no one's going to buy the vendor stuff, which was a loss for the vendors. I just want to apologize because thank you, Freddie, for being as tough as you are. I was sending him jokes throughout the day. I'm bringing in the pizza, and I think I probably almost gave him a heart attack. But obviously, we have to be fair, and we have to be fair to everyone. And I'm hoping next year there'll be more kosher vendors who actually sign up, so the kosher food could be supplied to those and not free. But again, last year there was a rumor spread by a former politician that the township paid for it. The township didn't pay for it. I raised the money for it. But that being said, I think it's important to give a lot more credit to Fred, because it's not always easy. It's not always easy when a council president or any elected official picks up the phone and makes a request, and that man knows how to say no. So thank you, Freddie, for doing your job. Also, a special thank you. There was a lot of outside agencies that helped. The sheriff's office came down with various supplies and various, it was, I mean, I don't know numbers, but probably 10,000 people in there. And obviously it was a high risk, high security event. Jackson PD did a fantastic job. I also want to thank Javerim. I also want to thank Javerim, who volunteered, and they dropped off light towers the day before Jackson. I think there were 3 light towers that were they dropped off, they loaned for free. And having civic organizations who just who come in, and obviously our CERT team, I think we had a record number of CERT volunteers this year. I don't think we talk about this enough, some of the things behind the scenes and the volunteering that goes on. I just think it's so important. And just one more incident I just want to mention this week, once we're talking about volunteers. It was on my list. I wasn't sure if I should say it, but I just want to mention it. There was an incident this week, and I heard about it from non-volunteer members, so there's no HIPAA violations, where a young man, and I think it was on social media, went into cardiac arrest and passed out in front of the old Stop and Shop, the new Gourmet lot. Jackson EMS and Hatzalah showed up together with Jackson PD. I think Jackson Hatzalah showed up, I think Hatzalah of Central Jersey, about a minute and a half after the first call went out, and they shocked him and they saved his life. He was gone, and it was not an Orthodox, it was not a Jewish person. Jackson PD showed up about a minute and a half later. I know this also because I actually saw one of the officers by a main break in my neighborhood on Shabbos, and he was telling me, he said, Morty, it was unbelievable. And Jackson EMS transported him together with the volunteers from Hatzalah. That's what collaboration works. We put our stereotypes aside. We are one town, and I think, as Chris, you mentioned by the last meeting, and I know it's something, the mayor, you and I have had multiple conversations, and I think we have to do a better job in echoing that. We are one town. We bleed the same blood. We obviously have differences, and there's no arguing we have differences, but at the end of the day, we are made up of fantastic residents. I got dunked over 106 times, and obviously I'm an attraction, I get it, but it was great having conversations with people after the dunking. I didn't let anyone have freebies. I think the mayor and some of the other people gave a couple freebies. I didn't let any freebies. If you're gonna dunk me, it's gonna cost you $5. Some people I charge 20 for charity. Elliot, I tried charging 100, but he didn't want to go for it. I think he was afraid I would sue him. But it was great. It was a great event, and I just think we should stop and focus on that. Everyone think about Jackson Day 2026. I've yet to hear anyone come to me with criticism, and I think it's just something as a town we really, really should all be proud of. So I'm sorry for speaking a lot. Sure.
Mayor Kuhn?
Now I kind of feel guilty talking about Jackson Day anymore now. Again, I guess I'll hit on a couple things that haven't been mentioned. Yes, there was 24 certs that were out there. The organization that the traffic safety team did was amazing for traffic. That's always, if we do get a complaint, it's usually a traffic one with coming in and coming out. And I also like to say, in order to not create overtime, a lot of the police officers switched their days to come in for Jackson Day and work and yeah, it truly is. And I just want to say that's leadership from above comes from the top, and that came from the chief asking and working together with the men and women of the police department. It was absolutely an amazing, amazing event. I've been here my whole life. I felt like I was 10 years old. Again, running around, seeing things that I saw when I was a kid. There was so many vendors. Everybody was so kind. It was smiling. Kids were running around. And to see the Jaguar up there was absolutely epic. Just a great time. So I'm not going to go on to Jackson Day. I am going to do an appreciation for our department, DPW and our police. I'm going to put a release out there just so that they know. I think, a lot of people, it's hard to say, to accept, appreciation. But I definitely think that it's well-deserved. And the fact that we've talked about Jackson Day for 15 minutes is a highlight of this meeting, in my opinion. So now I'll go into my prepared comments. So good evening, everyone. I wanted to speak briefly about 3 important matters before this council tonight. First, I'm asking the council to move forward and approve the second reading of the data center ordinance 2026-25. Thank you. The only way that can happen tonight is I am respectfully asking the council president to reconsider his previous no vote and to support this ordinance. We love Jackson. Let's show it in our vote. He and I have had discussions. We've had issues this for approximately 6 months going back and forth. And I believe the message from our residents has been clear. They do not want a data center in Jackson. And again, Jackson has already experienced significant development. We've had enough warehouses. We have enough overdevelopment. We need to start focusing on preserving what makes Jackson special, our open space, our character, and our quality of life. That's what brought so many of us here in the first place. Remember, I am a 3rd-generation resident of Jackson. I've seen it. I've been here. Me and my family built our road. It was a dirt road up until probably about 10 years ago, maybe 15. I'd have to check. Challenger Way. So I believe me. In my opinion, data centers simply do not fit the landscape and the vision of our residents that we have here for Jackson Township. I believe ordinance 2026-25 is an important step to protecting our community and showing our residents that we are listening. I hope thank you back there. I also hope that the council will support resolution 2024-2026 addressing the need for another post office. This is an issue that I've personally, thank you. Please, please, please. This is an issue that I've personally been working on for several months. I spoke directly with the postmaster of Jackson Township Post Office earlier this year and expressed my concern about the current location and the hazardous conditions surrounding it. This is not simply an inconvenience. It's legitimately a safety issue. I have also collaborated with the senator, congressman, and assemblyman to communicate the concerns of Jackson residents and advocate for an additional postal facility. Our residents deserve better access, improved services, and most importantly, a safer location. Tonight, I am asking the council to listen to our residents and move forward with both of these matters. So there's a next thing that I want to talk about is protecting the future of Jackson, preserving the character of our community, and also real needs that are safety concerns that people can serve. The next and last concern is I also want to address an issue that was brought up to me at Jackson Day. I was approached by the owner of a private ambulance company who questioned why I refused to sign more than a dozen blue light permit applications. My answer is simple. I will not sign a blue light permit for someone who does not live in Jackson Township. Please, anybody listen to me if this is applicable to you. Applicants must need an established requirement, be authorized to respond within Jackson Township, and be affiliated with an organization that is approved and recognized by the state of New Jersey. Let me be absolutely clear. This administration will not sign any blue light permits unless the applicant is affiliated with an approved and properly recognized organization and meets every required standard. There's going to be no exceptions. With respect and support of our first responders and understanding that they're responding to emergencies. But there must also be rules, accountability, and a clear process for everyone. This administration is also working with the chief of police to ensure that license plates for all approved blue light permit holders are provided to the police department and entered into an appropriate system. If a resident has a concern, we will be able to identify the vehicle, verify the permit, and take appropriate action. So again, please let me be clear. We will support legitimate first responders, but we will not issue permits to out-of-town or out-of-state individuals or to anyone who is not affiliated with an approved organization. There will be a system, there will be accountability, and there will be rules for everyone. Thank you and have a great night.
The next item on the agenda is the second reading and adoption of ordinance 2026-25, amending and supplementing Chapter 244 of the Township Code of the Township of Jackson entitled The Land Use and Development Regulations to Regulate Data Centers. At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone and state your name and address clearly for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to speak and may only speak once. May I have a motion to open public comment?
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
So I just to clarify the rules, because it's been a while since we had a second reading. If you speak now, it's only about the data center ordinance or data center ordinance, depends on how you pronounce it. If you want to speak now, you could. You have up to 5 minutes. I'm going to take notes. I'm not going to get into back and forths. I will respond, hopefully to the best of my ability after. It does not mean that you can't speak later by regular public comment about any other issue. Go for it. The floor is yours.
Good evening, folks. My name is Jim Hurley. I'm a resident of Jackson for the last 22, getting to be 23 years. I am here to object to this data center ordinance tonight. I want to make it clear, I'm fully in favor of what you're trying to accomplish. What I have concerns about is the method that you're using to accomplish your result. The ordinance itself is at least vague at the worst. I think you're giving a developer an opportunity to go forward with this application, which is a problem. Now, just to give you, some of you know, some don't. I generally don't tell people, but let me tell you a little bit about my background so no one thinks I'm just an old blowhard here. I've been an attorney for over 50 years. I'm retired. The first 24 years of my career, I specialized in local government law and planning and zoning. The last 25 years of my career, I was a judge of the Superior Court of New Jersey. I handled hundreds of these types of prerogative right cases. Prerogative right cases, for those of you that don't know, involved a party who's a governmental entity. It could be somebody suing the town or the town suing somebody, things of that nature. Of those cases, 80% of them were generally land use cases. 20% were local government law type cases. So I've taken a look at this ordinance, and I want to see the data centers be restricted. I was on your zoning board for almost a full term. I had to leave. I don't want to tell you why, but I had to leave. On that zoning board, I always took the position that on some of these uses that there should be a showing of need. It's not specifically in the law, but with these data centers, I find it hard that a developer is going to be able to produce need. The problem with it is, if I want to watch a Netflix show, for example, and I'm in Jackson, and I want to see Hunt for Red October, Netflix is going to search a data center to get that information to send it to me. That data center could be in Chicago. It could be in New York. So any benefit of a data center specifically for Jackson, I don't think really applies. So that's a problem. Now, let me tell you why I think it's a benefit to the developer. Let's look at the ordinance itself. Look at the title to the ordinance. The ordinance says, the part that I think is important, it's to regulate data centers. But that's not what your ordinance says. Your ordinance says to prohibit. Now, when you notify the public on the adoption of these ordinances, you send it out by title. The title says to regulate. There's a difference between the word regulate and the word prohibit. Regulate means to permit with conditions. Prohibit means not to allow at all. So if I'm a developer, I'm going to challenge this ordinance. I'm going to take you to court. And now they have a chance. If it goes to court, God knows what a judge is going to do. But I got to tell you that the possible outcome could be a judge looks at this ordinance and says, you know, this is so vague. Let me make a determination based on their intent. Their intent was prohibit, but that's not the notice they gave to the public. It says to regulate. So what I'll do as a judge, I'm going to send it back to the town to do what they intended, to regulate it. I'm going to send back an order saying, make it a permitted use and impose conditions on it. Now you've lost that benefit. So that's a mistake. I will also tell you in adopting these ordinances that you have to make specific findings of fact to support your conclusions. Look at the findings of fact. Let me just read quickly. One says, may require significant water usage for cooling systems. It may. What does may mean? It also means it may not. So you never know what's going to happen. The second one is produce continuous noise. The problem with noise is you have a code that controls noise at the borderlines of the property lines. Now what you've done is you've created an enforcement issue. It's not a situation that's going to allow this ordinance to stand. You have on-site employment. You have
Your Honor, you could have a few more seconds. Take another 30 seconds quickly.
my recommendation to you, having read all of these, you've got a problem with this ordinance. My recommendation is do not adopt it because it's premature. It's absolutely premature. These data centers, there's one going up in somewhere near.
Homedale. I think Homedale.
Yeah, a little further than that, a little further. It's going to serve us, so we don't need anything else. I think by doing this, if I represented the developer, I would be grateful if you adopted this ordinance. I think it's a real problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to certainly disagree with that one. So, my name is Joe Bazzonas from Howell. I do respectfully disagree before I jump into my binder here. What I think is premature is putting giant monstrosity of machines on land without knowing the long-term repercussions. That's premature, all right? So let me jump into mine. Good evening, everyone. Excuse me. I want to start by informing the council that Howell officially passed ordinance 02618, successfully prohibiting data centers in all zoning districts. I'm extremely grateful to Howell's mayor, council, and professionals for continually doing the right thing for our town. regardless of the thankless nature of public service. This is not meant to take away from or diminish any of the hard work Jackson's doing, but rather serve as an example of residents and elected officials living in harmony as much as we can. Tonight, you will make an important decision on whether to prohibit data centers or not. A few council members stated at the last meeting that data centers are already prohibited in Jackson, but I looked through Jackson's code. I couldn't find the term data center anywhere. If definitions are not clearly laid out, it leaves room for loopholes. As I previously stated, it's always better to be proactive than reactive. I can only assume that big tech is paying close attention to how each township is handling this issue. The Jackson Council can either make a stand with the residents as a united front or potentially face the consequences of being unprepared. This ordinance clearly defines what a data center is while showing potential developers that Jackson stands together to protect its land and resources. Passing this ordinance sends a clear message to big tech that these types of projects are not wanted here or anywhere in New Jersey for that matter. If a massive tech company wants to come here, litigation is likely unavoidable no matter what. This ordinance serves as a deterrent while drawing a clear line in the sand. While I'm up here, I don't want to steal Jackson thunder, so I do want to talk briefly on the next ordinance.
If you don't mind, come back then.
Oh,
Unless,
okay.
yeah, I just
Whatever
want to
you
start
want.
precedent, yeah.
So, okay, so again, I'm going to just, if this is just about the data centers, I am going to disagree with that gentleman. I think this state and every town in it needs to stop being afraid of litigation. If you and us stand together, then who's going to want to come here? Because you think this is big. If they try to bring a data center here or anywhere else in New Jersey, we're going to be here tenfold. Thank you very much.
How you doing, Dan? My name's Dan. I go by DC. Resident here in Jackson. I am opposed to having data centers in town. Councilman Brezzi, I heard you last meeting say that it gives data centers 3 bites of the apple. I see it a little bit differently. I see that it gives them 3 barriers of entry to get a data center into this town. If they have to go to court multiple times in this town, it's going to cost them money. And if there's a town somewhere else that they don't have a barrier, they are going to be more likely to look there than look here. Now, it will also cost the town money. I recognize that, right? We will have to spend money to defend that. I'm okay with having my tax dollars spent to fight data centers in this town. And I think most of the people in this room are as well. I'm not a lawyer, right? And I don't have prepared remarks, but with respect to the first gentleman, the former judge, I think we should adopt this today. And if it's not perfect, we can reform it, we can amend it, and we can give it more teeth. So, thank you. My ask to Council President Bernstein and to Councilman Brezzi, I know you voted no last week. I know we need 4. I hope that both of you vote yes and listen to the people of this town. Thank you.
If anyone else, I just want to keep track of if anyone else plans on speaking in data centers, if you don't mind to come up and stay online. If you can't stand, just raise your hand so I can see that you're planning on speaking on data centers. Go for it.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Zach Soricelli. I'm here to represent some of the younger folks at Jackson, Gen Z. I'm an environmental master's student at Rutgers University. For my master's, I'm studying water resilience, and I help lead Climate Revolution Action Network, one of New Jersey's largest environmental nonprofits. In addition to that, I spent a while as an environmental educator with the Pinelands Alliance, so I'm aware of what unique issues our water resources face. But today I'm speaking not just as an environmental professional, but as a lifelong resident of Jackson. Jackson must ban data centers because these massive industrial facilities simply do not belong in a community like ours. Residents are already dealing with rising electric bills and cost of living. We should not invite facilities that can consume enormous amounts of electricity and water while creating few permanent jobs for our residents in return. Our community should not be asked to carry the new costs so some of the world's largest tech corporations can expand. But this is also about the character of Jackson. We chose to live here because of the open space, the beautiful neighborhoods, the farms, forests, and quality of life that make this community what it is. Once you open the door to massive data center campuses, substations, transmission infrastructure, generators, industrial development, etc., it becomes so much harder for us to close. We have an opportunity to be proactive instead of waiting until a developer shows up with a proposal that residents have to spend months fighting. Passing this ban sends a simple message. Jackson's land, resources, and future should serve the people who live here.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to put out there, if anyone sees me, I'm typing on my phone some notes. So for all the AIers out there, I'm not texting the mayor. Go for it.
Hello, my name is Bonnie McFarlane. I live at 5A Mallard Street in Manchester, New Jersey, but I was born and raised in Jackson. And you can tell by the color of my hair, that was over 70 years ago, and I still consider Jackson my hometown. I have to say that data centers are not good for anyone other than the people who own them and are profiting from them. That they consume an enormous amount of groundwater, which is a precious resource that is not an endless resource. It also requires cooling to cool the center. The coolants that are used usually gets, they say, treated, but when it's released back into wherever they're releasing it, usually the groundwater, it still contains toxins. And regardless of that fact, there's this constant humming noise that can drive, if not people crazy, that lives in the vicinity. We have no idea what kind of effect that would have on wildlife, who are much more sensitive to hearing than we are. I'm proud to say that last night in my town of Manchester, they repealed the data center ordinance that they had passed, which many of the residents felt was done under the radar without them realizing it. Once we found out and we came out in full force, and a couple of meetings ago, they had quite an intimidating crowd of people there. They repealed it last night. They presented a new ordinance and had the first reading, and we look forward to the second reading and the council voting to approve no data centers banned completely in the Township of Manchester. So if there is an ordinance, it could be repealed. But if anything, I've learned that as citizens of any town, you need to be vigilant and on top of what your elected officials are doing, because it may not be their intention, but it did appear that it was under the radar and without the majority of the residents being made aware of it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Brandon Rose, Jackson Township. Good evening, council, mayor. I think we've heard a lot of information here about the data centers, and none of it's good. We don't need a data center in this town. And I think most of the people would agree with me. Is there anybody here that wants a data center in our town? Raise your hand. Those people that don't want a data center in our town say, hell no. Hell no. I think we're at the position right now where the people have spoken. There's no need for a data center, and we'd like you to vote with the people on this. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Hello. Carlos Martins. I'm on the zoning board, but I'm here as a resident.
Nice t-shirt.
Thanks. First environmentalist.
Yeah.
Which I think is appropriate because we're talking about data centers.
I know you always dress accordingly.
I try. So I wasn't going to come up and talk about this because I am on the zoning board, although I'm not going to talk about any specific application, any specific.
I would just ask if
data
Greg, if he reaches that line, if you can interrupt him if there's a problem.
Sure, he's allowed to
Go for
comment
it.
until he goes too far.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my comment is about, who wrote this ordinance that you guys are voting? Okay, so it's criticizing you.
So I want to stop for a second and let me just rephrase for a second. So initially, before I vote, I'm going to go through the history of how this got to where we got to. So I plan on addressing that. But Councilman Pollack did send me a draft ordinance. It went through a couple of revisions. Some of the language was problematic, but you know, he doesn't have years of experience writing ordinances. At the end, after I decided to move forward with introducing, as I committed to Adam by a meeting, I think it was 2 meetings ago, I gave it to Mr. McGuckin. We had some conversations, and his team, I don't know who exactly in his office, but his team wrote the ordinance. But it came from, there was a draft, and that's how it got to where it got to.
Understood. Okay. So I think it kind of feeds with what the judge was saying. I find it, I think Howell, so we learn from others. I think Howell has a very good one where it's very specific, right? It lists out how many megawatts you can't use. Also, if you look at Wall has 2 data centers currently, a big one and a little one. And so we have to think about that. Are we abandoning anything related to data centers, or do we care about our environment and therefore we just don't want you to use this amount of energy, this amount of water, stuff like that? We use the word significant a lot in this ordinance. I believe that's the one. Without quantifying it, without what's significant, right? To me, the way it's written, it's like, okay, we're going to leave all those decisions up to the zoning board, because it's going to end up in the zoning board, and then we're going to have to define what's significant, what's, other squishy words that were used here. That's my complaint and issue with the ordinance, right? That said, I did hear that, okay, maybe past this one, and we're going to have a chance to revise it and add more teeth to it. That's good too, right? I just ask, as being a member of the zoning board, to be as specific as possible, make our jobs easier as possible.
Thank you for your service. You could hold it if you want, whatever's easier.
Hi, Morty.
What's your name and your
My name is Heshi Richter. I live in Jackson. First of all, it was nice dunking you in the water at Jackson Day.
So this just clear. This is about the data center. If you're talking about anything else,
No,
okay.
nothing
Oh, the
else.
dunking. You could always talk about the dunking. Perfect.
Hi, Mr. Pollack. Nice to see you again. No to data centers. It has been affecting my puppy, and it is very radioactive towards especially to animals, which are more sensitive than humans. So as a member of Jackson, as a resident, no to data centers. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Heidi Ye. I'm the Policy Director for Pinelands Alliance and a Cherry Hill Township resident. Over the past year, we've been working a lot on the data center issue. And honestly, before a year ago, it wasn't really on our radars. As the first gentleman who testified here referred to data centers for streaming Netflix and things like that, things that we all depend on. That is the old generation of data centers. What we are concerned about today are the hyperscale facilities that have enormous water use, electricity use, just like what's being constructed in Vineland. So we have been supporting the communities across New Jersey, including in Vineland and Monroe. We exhort you to not get that far down the road with a developer. It's the time to take proactive action and ban them here. Seeing the way that the developers are bulldozing their planning boards, and every 6 months, although they are already constructing in Vineland, they are asking for a new round of approvals. But the town council seems like they're just going to give them whatever they want, because what can they do at this point? But the residents are fighting back. Given the way that we've seen towns making decisions that really have regional impacts, we don't see it as an appropriate place for towns to be making these decisions, which is why we've asked the governor for a moratorium on data centers, just like New York State already has, and Pennsylvania has been making progress on this as well. But we have not seen the leadership that we need at the state level, so towns must defend themselves like you are seeking to do right now with this ordinance. And at least 50 New Jersey municipalities have already banned them. So we ask you to join that list and ban data centers from Jackson Township. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Phil DeSantis. I'm a resident of Jackson for 52 years. I'm a member of the Environmental Commission, but I'm here as a resident and citizen of Jackson.
Thank you for serving.
Thank you. I thank you for the opportunity. I am concerned about the establishment of data centers all over the state of New Jersey, particularly in our town. They have significant issues associated with them. With all due respect to the former judge that spoke here before, there is some wording in the ordinance that could be open to interpretation, as are all laws. I think it behooves us to be as specific as possible in our ordinance. I do recommend that council passes this ordinance tonight and then takes the opportunity to review it at a later time in more detail to strengthen it. There was some concern by a couple of council members recently at our last meeting that we are opening ourselves up to potential lawsuits. Well, we've got good lawyers too. And we should be structuring ordinances that are fully defensible by our competent attorneys and not be afraid of potential lawsuits against us. And then before I leave, I just want to read you something. This was published in the Wall Street Journal. Voters in a small Missouri town, unhappy with the city council's approval of a $6 billion data center, struck back at the polls last week, ousting all 4 incumbent council members running for re-election. Tuesday's election in Festus, Missouri, a city of 12,000 people along the Mississippi River, a half-hour south of St. Louis, is the latest example of growing public backlash against cities agreeing to host hyperscale data centers over the objections of residents concerned about local impact. I'll leave it there.
Please raise your hand if you still plan on speaking about data centers or data centers. It sounds like we have one more gentleman after you. Perfect. Go for it.
Do you guys give name and stuff like that?
You don't have to.
Okay.
Right? 1 second. Does he have to give his name legally? You have to give your name, yes.
Bernard Bonham.
If you don't mind just speaking louder into the mic, I couldn't hear you.
Bernard Bonham. I'm not going to speak on behalf of the town. I don't live here anymore. I left like 6, 7 years ago. However, a metric that, and all the points that get brought up are great. And the biggest thing that everyone's leaving out is their own health. So if you look up the biggest cancer rate, it's in Kentucky at about 550 per every 100,000. And all those are concentrated around Kentucky's data centers. So everyone keep that in mind. Is it the cause of it? I don't know. I think everyone can come up with their own conclusion, but your own health and the next generation's health really are in jeopardy when it comes to data centers.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Council. My name's Patrick, and I've been a Jackson resident for 10 years. I just wanted to say something just because somebody mentioned something that brought something to mind. You 3 are all up for election in 2028. So I'd be careful how you vote right now. So it's up to you, you know, what you want to do here. But it would be really funny in 2028 if you guys lose your seats because you didn't vote for this ordinance.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, we have a motion to close.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. So, Madam Clerk, first of all, I just want to take a moment before we go to the vote, and I'm sure each of the council members who are here will have plenty of comments. I just want to take a moment and thank all my colleagues here on, like I said, on both my right and on my left. There were extensive conversations over multiple months. There were obviously differences of opinions through the process and how to get to where we are right now. It was done respectfully. It was done as a team with a common goal. And however the vote ends up turning out, no one told anyone here how to vote. No one pressured anyone. I mean, maybe a little bit of pressure, but we'll get to that in a minute. But it was done respectfully. And I just want to appreciate that. I think that's really what we all talked about before about working together for common goals. So thank you to my colleagues for that, Madam Clerk.
I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2026-25.
Motion.
Second.
Discussion.
Councilman Borelli?
Well, we'll do by the
Thank you, Clerk Martin. Before I vote on this, I just want to thank the residents who did come forward and spoke on the matter, and also want to thank all of you here in this room for expressing your deepest concerns about the data center ordinance. Regarding the ordinance, I want to thank you to Councilman Pollock for bringing this issue forward for us to be able to vote on it. Thank you for working with Attorney McGuckin on it to move it forward for us to be able to present it before the residents. I think we're being proactive here. We're getting a law on the Jackson Township books to address the matter before an application for a data center comes in or gets built in our town. I know some residents who did speak had concerns about the language in the ordinance. Maybe we can take another look at it and revise it down the road and make it more solid and enforceable, as Judge Hurley advised. Maybe make it more like Howell's ordinance on the data centers, as Mr. Martins spoke about that. And but I think we need to get something on the books tonight to address it and to try to resolve the issue. I think it's a smart approach. I think residents don't want these in our town, obviously, right? We've heard all of you express that. We see that our neighboring town of Manchester also adopted a similar ordinance to prohibit them in any zoning district in their town, and that's what we're doing tonight with this ordinance. It does mention in the ordinance under Section 2A, data centers shall not be listed as a permitted or conditional use. So it does state that. So that is pretty specific, and that would be in any zoning district within the township of Jackson. I mean, we are paying for, people mention that we're paying more for everything today, and we are. From what I've researched, data centers increase massive electricity consumption, which would ultimately affect our electric bills. It requires high water usage, which could very well impact aquifers that we have many in abundance here in our town. And it would also impact the unique resources that we also have in our town, wetlands, waterways that go through Jackson, like the Matitaconk River and Barnegat Bay watershed. So with Ordinance 2026-25, we are protecting our beautiful and unique environment in Jackson, which includes the sensitive and abundant pinelands areas of our town. Thank you to the young lady who was here from the Pinelands Alliance to speak on this issue as well, talking about the pinelands. And Ordinance 2026-25 does address potential environmental impact and concerns. So it is consistent with the intent and purpose of our township's master plan. So I vote yes on the data center ordinance for our town. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I'm also just going to add, feel free to clap, but let's just be respectful if any of the votes don't go the way it looks like most of the crowd wants. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Bressi.
Yes, I'd like to make a statement first. Everybody's saying how many years they lived in town and so forth. My wife and I and our family's been here 53 years. My children live in town. My daughter with my two 16-year-old twin grandkids. My other daughter with my 1-year-old and 4-year-old granddaughter. My son lives in town. So I have a concern like everybody else in the town. And the references I get that I don't care about the town, I may be gone someday soon, but they'll be here. So I care about the town. And I really take offense to those type of remarks. Data centers, I do not want in town. I want to do the best I can to keep them out of here. I think Mr. Hurley read my notes up here, because I concur with him totally. The planning board didn't vote no on the ordinance. The planning board voted no on either consistent or not consistent. It was not consistent because it is already listed as a non-permitted use in the municipal land use law. It is not permitted. We're proactive there already. Our planning board subcommittee and planning board who did the master plan gave that to us already, gave us that protection. By adding a ordinance now on top of that, trying to fix what's not broke, it confuses the whole purpose of non-permitted uses. Other towns had other problems. Manchester had a redistricting district where they had a permitted use for a data center. Up north, they had a contract for a data center and they're trying to get something else in to stop it. I understand that. We don't have that problem. Right now, we have some protection with the municipal land use law. With the ordinance or without the ordinance, an applicant has to come in. We're not sitting idle waiting. With the ordinance or not, they come in and go to the zoning board. That ordinance does not stop that process. It continues. I want to go back to the planning board for a second, and I will take some offense. We'll discuss it another night. with the allegation of Mr. Pollock, how we're fixed with all the developers and the chairperson should be moving on. We should all be moving on. Fine, you want me to move on? Take me off. That's your prerogative. But I sat with many planning boards, and some of the attorneys up here were on the planning boards with us. And the chairperson we have now, I have nothing but good to say about it. Dr. Campbell's an intelligent person, runs an excellent meeting, and goes strictly by the law. And all of us do. If you want to downgrade every volunteer that sits on these boards and accuse them of being in pockets with developers and stuff, take it to the prosecutor and prove it. I have no problem. You got something on me, take it to the prosecutor. Do not wait. Take it to the prosecutor. You got something on somebody else, take it to the prosecutor. You're always yelling, no,
Order.
you said planning board, I'm on it. So I'm on it.
Guys,
So take me to the prosecutor.
the council's speaking now, and the two of them, that's it. Yeah. Councilman Bernstein's time, and Councilman, you'll have your time in a minute. Yeah.
No, and that's done before. And I just want to say, if they have proof that we're on the take on the planning board, take it to the prosecutor's office. I welcome that. Especially the work that Michelle Campbell, Dr. Campbell has put in over the years in this. She's a pleasure to serve as a chairperson. She knows what she's doing, and she runs a meeting by the law. The other thing that some people understand, there is a difference between the zoning board and the planning board and how things get approved or don't get approved. Two different worlds. When they come to a planning board, they're already complying. If they can't comply, then they got to go to the zoning board, different issue. That's where the variances come in. The vote the other night was 6-1. You said you watched the meeting. It was 6-1, correct? Yes, sir. It was 6-1. More than one person against the ordinance, or that it was inconsistent with the plan. The problem was it jeopardized our protection from not a permitted use to municipal land use law. It gave applicants hurdles that they can use. And I'm not saying we're afraid to go to court. Not afraid to go to court. We'll defend anything we have to. But the problem is if we lose them in court, the applicant wins. That's the problem. It's not the money involved. If we go to court and lose, the applicant wins. If these ordinances gets overturned, the applicant wins. That's what we have to watch. So if you do an ordinance that's weak and can be overturned, that helps an applicant get approved. There were other comments about the ordinance on a consistency vote. Some were, they thought the ordinance was very vague. You heard that tonight. And I agree with that. They only mentioned data center. If you want to put what's not permitted uses in the town, you probably have a list of 50 or 100 things from airports to 10-story buildings and so on. So to just single out that as the thing you're stopping, it can be considered bias. And how that bias comes up, I'll read a sentence from our attorney. By singling out a particular use to be banned by affirmative legislation action, it permits the developer of same to argue that the township itself, and therefore its zoning board, is also biased against the application. That's from the attorney. So that can be used against us. I'm not saying it will. I'm not saying it's going to win. But the option is there for the applicant to use. So now with this, they still have to go to the zoning board. So instead of going to the zoning board for a non-permitted use by municipal land use law, they go with this hurdle that they have they can do. Yes, Mr. Shea said at the meeting, there's a slight, diminished extra presentation they have to give to sell that they have a good product for the town, which I think is very hard for a data center to do. Very slight. It's like when you have a conditional use in land use. When you have a conditional use in land use, you have a building that meets certain conditions. And trust me, somehow the applicants will always find a way to meet that condition. So this amount here is the same thing. It's not a major deficit in what they have to do. It still goes in front of the zoning board for a D1 variance. And the zoning board is used to hearing D1 variances. It's unlike other towns. And people keep comparing us to other towns. Like I said, Manchester had a problem. They had a redistricting zone, and they had permission in that zone for a data center. They repealed that last night. That's different. They had to repeal that, or they'd have a data center. Other towns in Jersey had the same thing, where they didn't have the protection that it was listed in their zones as a permitted use. So it's hard to compare apples to apples with that. Right now, we are protected with the municipal land use laws. As a non-permitted use or with an ordinance, it still goes in front of the zoning board. So people saying just waiting for an application to come, guess what? With or without the ordinance, you're still waiting for an application to come. You can't get away from that. Am I correct, Mr. McGuckin?
Anyone has an has the opportunity to go to a zoning board with respect to a non-permitted use.
So they can still come with the ordinance. That doesn't stop that. Also, they get to appeal the ordinance without going to the zoning board. Once this ordinance is adopted and signed, I forget how many days, they have 45 days after that, that they can appeal this ordinance. Sometimes that's happening already. Not to apply for an application, to appeal the ordinance. This town's had that before, and the ordinance was defeated, and we got beat. This has the same potential. I'm not guaranteeing either way. That opens up to us. They have that 45 days. Then when they go to the zoning board, they got a couple of things they can say. One, you're biased because the people who appoint you just gave an ordinance prohibiting data centers, so they're telling you how to vote. You're not hearing this with an open mind. Two, your planning board just voted it's not consistent with the master plan. And three, you just turned this down. So when they go to court, they have 3 volleys they can serve at once. And as I said at the last meeting, in my opinion sincerely, and I've been in Jackson long enough, worry about Jackson long enough, worry about my grandkids like all of you. The 16-year-olds, the 1-year-old, and the 4-year-olds. But I feel this ordinance is a tool that'll help developers come in and challenge it. They have too many options. Rather than going to the zoning board under the municipal land use law and just challenge the municipal land use law, which isn't done, that we protected. Also, the state, from what I hear, is working on banning them in the state. Different story. That'd be great. So I have a real problem with this ordinance because I think it's a tool, an asset for developers to use and come against us. I know most of you will probably disagree. I have a couple of years in land use. I face a lot of this. I've been on council a lot of years. I understand Mr. Pollock thinks I'm a crook and a thief and he's taking me to prosecutor. Let him think that. So, we can go on with that all day long. So, I mean, this ordinance is a danger for the town and can help, in a sense, get a data center approved. So my object is to do the best I can. Everybody saying they don't want data centers, and I respect all that. But I think you want to have no data centers the right way so you're protected from getting them. With that, I'll be voting no on this ordinance. On the fact that it could be used as an asset for an application for a data center with more avenues to appeal and possible approve. So my vote is with the people. It's a no to data centers ordinance, but a greater no not to assist the applicant for data centers to get their way. Thank you.
Councilman Pollock?
Thank you very much.
Please don't interrupt Councilman Pollock.
I think I made a very strong case in my opening comments. I don't think I have to get into really a lot of the details. I already went through it. First, I want to say thank you to everybody who came up and spoke, whether you're supporting it or you're criticizing it. Criticism is good because criticism is always a chance to learn and to do better things. I believe we've already spoke for a second where we can absolutely amend this and make it stronger. This is where working together needs to happen. And I appreciate Council President coming over and just saying a quick word to me. And I think we can amend this. I think we can make this better. But everybody's opposed to data centers. I think we need strong laws on the town level. Maybe our governor will learn to be a decent governor and actually start regulating.
Wishful thinking, Councilman.
Or prohibiting them or a moratorium. But I think there's a bigger issue here. I think nobody wants these data centers, and a lot of politicians are jumping in this. It's becoming very popular. I don't care about what's popular. I do things because I believe what's right. And now there's a bigger issue here, and I'm just going to speak on it. Some of the richest and most powerful companies in the world are taking up huge amounts of land, using enormous amounts of water and electricity, and potentially affecting our environment. So they can do one thing: profit. All right? And what are they profiting from? Data. What's data? Really, data is shared human knowledge. It's our writing, our art, our discoveries, science. It's all the things we've created through generations. And now some of the most powerful companies in the world are finding ways to profit from all of that while developing technology that can replace more and more human workers. I'm not against artificial intelligence. It can be very useful. I use it from time to time. It helps me get work done a little bit faster. It helps people learn, create, solve problems, It can advance medicine and science and do things we couldn't do before. Technology can absolutely be a good thing, but technology should serve people. The question is, what happens when people start serving that technology? We keep hearing that America is in a race when it comes to artificial intelligence and data centers. What are we racing towards, though? If we move forward recklessly without limits and without thinking about the consequences, we could be racing toward a future where millions of people are no longer needed in the economy. A small number of companies and individuals could end up with unbelievable amounts of wealth and power, while jobs disappear. Communities deal with environmental cost, and ordinary people are told that this is just the price of progress. Progress should not mean sacrificing people. It should not mean sacrificing the environment. And our shared human knowledge should not become a way for a small number of companies and individuals to gain even more wealth and power, while the people who created that knowledge are pushed aside. Technology should make people's lives better. It should not make people obsolete. And I'm not taking this position because it's popular. I'm not waiting to see what like a poll says. I'm not jumping in because everybody's opposed to it. This is something I believe. And I'm just a local councilman, I get it. But I do have a voice. And as long as I have that voice, I believe I have an obligation to use it, to protect the environment, to protect our community, and when necessary, to stand up for something bigger than just Jackson, to stand up for the idea that people must remain more important than the technology we create. Technology is going to be a part of our future, but that future still needs to belong to us, the people. And that's why I'm voting yes tonight.
Council Vice President Palmieri.
Thank you. So since the last 2 weeks and these 2 weeks, I've continued to listen to residents. I've continued to get emailed, messaged. I spoke with some even at Jackson Day, and folks on both sides of this opinion have shared their thoughts with me. And a lot of what I've heard from, and again, no one wants the data centers. That's clear from everyone. And a lot of what I've heard from some of our residents over the last couple of weeks is we already have some protection. I've heard that other towns are passing ordinances to prohibit data centers because they have problems. I don't want some protections. I want total protection. And two, previous leadership in this town have waited until we've had problems and tried to pass ordinances very quickly. And that's never worked. So I don't want to wait till we have a problem, because then it's just a problem. And if this ordinance down the line needs to be amended and there's some wordsmithing that needs to be done, then we can do that. However, if we wait and we then have a problem and we try to force an ordinance, that is far worse than taking initiative prior to having a problem. So my opinion has not wavered, and I'm voting yes on this ordinance.
Council President Bernstein.
So I just want to go through a little bit of a background so everyone understands exactly what's happening now. So normally a vote goes 3-2, the majority wins, unless the planning board deems something inconsistent with the master plan, which occurred here. The planning board voted 6-1. And again, I would recommend all residents watch that planning board to understand the healthy debate that occurred by that planning board, to understand why the 6 members voted the way they voted. I think it was 6-1, and why the 1 member who voted. So a couple things I just want to say, and I'm not looking to play politics here, but I think a couple things I just want to put on the record. I have the utmost respect for all of our land use boards. It's volunteer work, and I think it's important to put it out there. I still remember there was a meeting, a planning board meeting. A resident had reached out to me, an Orthodox resident. He said, "Morty, could I meet you about an issue going on in town?" And I said, "Sure." I said, "I'm heading to the planning board. I'm leaving school. Could we meet in town hall?" It was a township-related issue, so he said, "Sure." So we met about 15 minutes before in the back room over there. I walk out, and certain members of the board who no longer live here, quite active on social media, came over to me. You can't vote on tonight's application because you met with the applicant." I said, "No, I met with someone who's Jewish. Doesn't mean that he's the applicant." And the point that I want to make out from there is I believe very strongly the planning board is a strong, healthy board. I think it's a robust board. Most of the members are still in their terms from before the mayor or interim mayor, whatever term we want to use, politically correct. But I believe they do a fantastic job. I think they work very hard. And I think they had a very tough decision to make. And I respect the decision that the planning board made. Now, that being said, the planning board voted not on if they believe in data centers in Jackson. They voted, is it consistent with the master plan? Now, I was part of the master plan subcommittee. I did not attend all the meetings. I was like the council liaison, you call it. Data centers were never, ever discussed. Or if they were, at least when I was there, they were never discussed because honestly, I don't think we ever thought we'd be with technology where we are literally 18 months or 2 years later. We also didn't discuss movie theaters. We didn't discuss, or maybe movie theaters we did. We didn't discuss airports, nuclear plants, and some of the other things, baseball fields, I'm sorry, baseball stadiums and other high density projects because it wasn't even an afterthought that those would be occurring in Jackson. About 7 or 8 months ago, Mayor Kuhn called me and mentioned to me something about we need to do something about data centers. And I think she actually put out a video about it, calling on the council to do data centers. And contrary to popular belief, Mayor Kuhn and I probably disagree behind closed doors 70% of the time. We have some pretty heated conversations where we hang up the phone and it takes a couple hours for us to calm down. And we had that conversation and I did my research and I was like, okay, this is a non-issue. I just don't understand it. A couple months later, about maybe a month later, Councilman Pollock reached out to me. It was, I think I'll say it in Hebrew because I don't know the word. It was Cholamite Sukkos, Pesach. It was on Passover, April time. And I was with my family and I told my wife, I said, I would like to have a conversation with Councilman Pollock. I don't know how it's going to go because our conversations can go both ways. I don't know if I want the kids in the car. I'm going to drive a separate car to the trip, which is a great excuse. It was fantastic. So I got to drive by myself to that trip. And on the way back, I texted our engineer, and we had a conversation, myself and Councilman Pollock. And the engineer brought up some of his concerns. And honestly, I was concerned, and I just let it sleep. I didn't think it was really an issue that we needed to follow up. One of our residents continuously emailed me. I think it was somewhere between 7 or 8 times, and it was just a follow-up. Morty, you're still not responding. You're still not responding. And then he would text me. I did a lot of research into the subject, and I very much respect our professionals. I think Mr. Peters has been here for 10 years. I actually found a video of him from, I think it was when the town, by the dormitory fiasco in 2016, where residents who currently disagree with some of his decisions were praising him publicly. I think he's fantastic, fantastic planner and engineer, and I think we have fantastic planners. And my position by the last meeting was that I am concerned because currently it's not allowed. And are we opening the door to further litigation? And I'm going to be honest, my thoughts went back to the dormitory situation in 2016, where the town banned something that already wasn't permitted. We got sued by obviously a private plaintiff, by the state, and by the federal government, and the town did not end up winning. And that was my concern. What are we doing here, banning something which is already not permitted? You can call it a little trauma that I had about it. So I definitely put a lot of thought into that. I also want to say that after the planning board, I watched the planning board meeting and I was like, whoops, that puts me in an awkward position now because I can no longer vote the way I initially voted, and my vote actually most likely matters, more than it initially mattered. I got a call, I think early the next morning from, first I got a text message, I think from Councilman Pollock asking me if this is true, what happened by the planning board, if this is true that now it needs 4. And I responded to him, do you want to have a call? He's like, no, just write to me what the answer is. And I responded to Councilman Pollock that it needs 4-1 to vote. And I said, I think that I'm getting some pressure from Mayor Kuhn and Councilman Palmieri. They both reached out to me with concerns, telling me I should at least reevaluate my position. I put a lot of time into this, and I spent over the past 2 weeks, I did reach out to other towns. I think there are 34, 35 towns that have banned data centers, Republican towns and Democrat towns, which to me was important. Because at the end of the day, as much as some people up here scream they don't like politics, they hate politics, everything in New Jersey is politics. And you have to make sure that the legislator is moving in the right direction and they're taking you into account. I also had a conversation with one of our state elected officials who told me, Morty, the state's eventually going to step in. And they're eventually going to step in, and I don't know the way it's going to work, but These lobbying firms for the data centers have a boatload of money. Good luck. And I understand that. That's, like we said, that's politics and that's government. That does happen. But I put a lot of thought into it, and I don't want to talk too much because I think everyone is sick and tired of hearing from me already tonight. But I very much value what happened by the planning board. I think the planning board did their job. And I was torn. If I was by the planning board, what would I have done? Because it was not listed in the master plan, even though, like Councilman Pollack said, and I think Attorney Shea and I think Mr. Peters alluded to also, there is a paragraph about the environment. Then I had a follow-up conversation, a meeting last week. We had an ERI meeting, myself, Ms. Reynolds, and our planner from, I forgot the name of the company, Malvika. We're moving forward with their ERI. And I'm hoping that that could be hopefully introduced to the planning board within the next month to 6 weeks. And I had a conversation with her after that about how the ERI, and I realized that Jackson really cannot handle data centers. And as much as I've been asked, so Morty, did anyone give a donation to any political PAC? Did anyone from a data center give? No, there's been, not that I'm aware of at least. This is not about politics. This is about what is the best protection for Jackson Township. Additionally, I just want to quickly read some of my notes. I think some of the residents, some of my colleagues here brought up some of the flooding and infrastructure. I am concerned about Jackson's flooding and infrastructure. It's not a secret. We have a lot of development going on in town. Most of that development was anything that I voted on when I was on the planning board hasn't been even built yet. So there's a lot of development coming to Jackson. We introduced an ordinance a couple of months back about stormwater basins and on residential homes, which is something that I know I'm going to get a lot of flack from a lot of my neighbors and friends because it's going to cost anyone doing an addition an extra $5,000, $10,000. But our neighborhoods are going to be flooded if we don't take proactive steps here in Jackson. And I'll say something, a member brought this up to me by Jackson Day. He said, Morty, you can say it because you're not anti-Semitic if you say it. We don't need our streets being over flooded like some neighboring towns. We have to be proactive. Our infrastructure cannot handle data centers. So my final decision really came about when I realized how many towns were doing this. Manchester, I think it was already a permitted use or was a conditional use, and they already had an application. This morning, a resident reached out to me who has a warehouse, and he said to me, he said, Morty, someone posted a video of my warehouse online. It's fully occupied. Like, I don't know what they're busy with. But there's a fear. We have warehouses that are empty, and anyone can come in front of the board, submit an application to our zoning officer tomorrow, and start that process. And I think we have an opportunity to align with many other towns throughout the state. We have issues with our state funding, but usually it's Republican towns. We have less allies. We have allies here in the state of New Jersey. Those allies are in towns throughout Ocean County, throughout Monmouth County, really throughout New Jersey on both sides of the aisle. So while I am concerned about some of those developers, but I think it's important for those developers to know they're going to be up against a rough zoning board, but also they're going to be up against a rough crowd. They've come in with an application for a data center here. This room is, that meeting will definitely have to be in the Jackson High School because there is no way you're going to have people from all sectors of Jackson there. So after much thought, I am, while I did not vote yes to introduce it, I will be voting yes to move this forward. And again, anyone who knows my personality, it's not my nature to change so easily. So I think this is in the best protection of Jackson. But my two requests are going to be that Mayor Kuhn, I know you mentioned before, and she definitely put a lot of pressure on me. If you can please sign this into law tomorrow. That's A. I think it sends a strong statement. This is where the town aligns. And I think it also shows that we're coming together on different political sides of the aisle. We had 3 potential mayoral candidates discussing it tonight, all seemingly on the same, or he didn't discuss it, but I think that's where he holds. You have 3 mayoral candidates running for Jackson office, all on the same side of this issue. I think that's an important message that it sends. And also, I would ask that my colleagues, legal counsel, if we could convene over the next week, looking at some of the vagueness. I know part of the reason why it was written a certain way was because of some of the threats. Councilman Pollack, you and I had this conversation of litigation, giving it a little bit less of a brunt, but I am okay looking at it again now that it did pass. I think it stops immediately. Once it's signed into law, obviously, I think there's a 45-day challenge, but any warehouse or anyone who wants to go ahead and turn the warehouse into a data center will know that they're going to be up against a rough wall here in Jackson Township. And if they do it, they're going to have a packed house opposing it. And I think that's something we should all applaud. So that's it. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Motion carries. The next item on the agenda is the first reading and introduction of ordinance 2026-26, repealing and replacing Township Code Section 245-5. Council President Bernstein, are any comments?
Yes. Hold on, I'm just pulling up my notes. So this one was actually came from the last meeting. I don't know if it was mentioned by the last meeting, but it came from a new friend by the last meeting. I'm going to say the sponsor of this ordinance is a gentleman by the name of, and I just want to make sure I pronounce it right. Hold on. I'm just looking at my text. I apologize. I forgot his name. I reached out to a mutual friend to get it today from Joe Bizanos from Howell. Joe came to our last meeting with a concern. He mentioned Howell. The next day or 2 days later, we spoke on the phone. He sent me the Howell ordinance. I sent it to Mr. McGuckin. In the past, we were told daily fines were not possible. We all know rental issues in town is something I think also 99% of the community could unite behind. And we want to continue making sure that our housing department and our code enforcement have all the possible resources to continue finding it. In the past, I was told, this is going back about a year ago from some of our code officers, we couldn't. There seems to be some Supreme Court ruling that gives us more ability to push back a little bit more. So I want to thank Joe for contacting with me, and I want to thank Attorney McGuckin for it. I'm just going to quickly read it. This ordinance, if adopted, would clarify the penalties for each day of violation of the landlord registration ordinance continues could constitute a separate offense for sentencing purposes in accordance with the recent decision of the Superior Court of New Jersey. This would align the penalty provisions with other township ordinances which provide for per diem fines while a violation continues. Obviously, the municipal judge has to make a decision when the order comes, but this gives the Housing Bureau and really code enforcement, any housing-related issue, the ability to increase the fines on landlords or tenants or anyone who is not complying with our landlord issues. I think we're heading in the right direction. And it's so far in the town in the past 6 months with this, but I think this will give us extra teeth and really bring people's feet to the fire. Madam Clerk.
May I have a motion to approve ordinance 2026-26 on first reading and introduction and to authorize the notice of the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Borelli?
Glad to see that we're strengthening penalties regarding what we already have. And yes, I will be voting yes on the first reading of this ordinance.
Councilman Brassi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
Thank you to our neighbors and thank you to the council for bringing this to a vote. I think this is a great tool for enforcement in our community that'll hopefully give us a better quality of life. Thank you very much. I vote yes.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Yes, and again, no one should ever feel shy in bringing an ordinance up, and you never know, 2 weeks later, it's on the agenda. So we appreciate you coming to our meeting. And I told you, people have asked me, Morty, do you mind outside people coming? I said, if they're respectful and not agitators, go for it. So we appreciate you coming, and you might see me by a Howell meeting soon. Beware.
The next item on the agenda is the first reading introduction of ordinance 2026-27, authorizing the execution of a deed conveying all right, title, and interest the township may have with respect to the known property as block 22008, lot 6, 7, and 8. Council President Bernstein, are there any comments?
So I'm going to read quick comments, and then I'm going to ask Attorney McGuckin to add on. This ordinance, if adopted, will authorize the township to execute a deed conveying any interest the township might have with respect to the subject property in accordance with the sale of same previously conducted by the Township Former Industrial Commission. The Former Industrial Commission no longer exists, and the township is responsible to comply with any valid contracts the commission previously entered into. And I just want to explain, I had concerns when Attorney McGuckin first brought this ordinance to me about 8 weeks ago, if I remember correctly. The attorney for, I think it's CDR Whitesville, reached out again asking for it to go on the agenda. And Attorney McGuckin, can you just explain how this came about?
Sure. Back in 2001, for those who don't know, the township had an industrial commission designed to develop the township's industrial park. The township conveyed land to the industrial commission, and then the industrial commission conveyed that to developers in the hopes of developing that industrial park. This particular property was located adjacent to land which was purchased by a property owner for roughly $1.5 million. At the time of that conveyance, the Industrial Commission agreed to subdivide these lots and convey a remainder portion to that property owner so that there would be a single property borderline along Bush Avenue in the industrial park. Recently,
So one second, legal counsel, one question. Is it Bush Avenue? A resident brought up to me before. What are, our ordinance says Bush or it says,
Bush Avenue.
is it Bush Avenue or Brush Avenue?
I will check, but
Would that be a problem?
not as far as introduction.
Okay, perfect. If we could check into that.
In any event, that was the issue. The Industrial Commission agreed to subdivide it, which they did, and to convey it, which they never did. And apparently that was because the Industrial Commission went out of business shortly after 2026, excuse me, 2006. So the developer has requested the township honor that commitment, and this ordinance, if adopted, would do so.
And I just put it on the record, because you and I had this conversation 2 or 3 times. If the governing body, again, is not just put, this is a part of a legal settlement that the town would be in violation of what was committed to in
In
2001?
violation of an agreement the Township Industrial Commission had previously entered into, and the township is responsible to comply with the requirements of the commitments made by the Industrial Commission.
Okay, fine. I just put that out there. Madam Clerk?
May I have a motion to approve ordinance 2026-27 on the first reading introduction and to authorize the notice of the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Bradley?
I just hope this would stay industrial, for only industrial uses.
But could, the deed of conveyance requires it only be used for industrial purposes.
Okay.
No other purpose is allowed.
Okay, I vote yes. Thanks.
Councilman Brassey?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
So this is a legal settlement, we're saying?
It's a legal contract. If we don't, they'll sue us and we'll end up in a settlement. I should also indicate, I meant to mention, they've been paying taxes on the property since 2001 that
Okay.
they're asking to be conveyed as it should have been back then.
Was there any reasoning for the long time lapse, I'm wondering?
I believe the Industrial Commission went out of business sometime in 2006 or shortly thereafter. It's before my time. But they did subdivide the property. They just never conveyed it before they went out of business.
Is there any reason it's coming to light now? That's
The
what I'm wondering.
Property owner has pointed out that they've been paying taxes and they would like the deed to
Okay.
be conveyed as they paid the taxes, complied with the agreement, but the township has not.
Okay, and they've owned the land, they pay taxes on the land, and this is a legal obligation essentially.
I guess technically they claim that we still own it. It's a title issue. However, the township clearly intended to convey it and have accepted the taxes on this property since then.
Oh, I understand. Okay, I'm going to be voting yes. Thank you for the information.
Council
Adam,
Vice President Palmieri?
So I do have I was going to ask, why was it conveyed 20 years ago?
The Industrial Commission went out of business shortly after the agreement was entered into at some point. But it was agreed to. They subdivided it, but they just never conveyed the lots.
Do we know why they agreed
No
to?
idea why it was not done.
Like what political deals? I know what you're referring to.
So did they buy this? We just gave it to them? Like, I don't understand. Like,
It was agreed that as part of the transfer of the $1.5 million property, that this portion of these lots would be subdivided and conveyed as part of that transaction. So yes, they paid, and they paid the taxes on it since then.
okay, I vote yes, I guess. I mean,
Council President Bernstein?
So I just want to add to similar to what Councilman Pollock asked, why it took so long. It did come to me. I'd have to go back in my emails and check about 3 months ago. I think legal counsel, you brought it to me. April or May. I had just didn't understand it and didn't really understand what what this commission even was. I think it came up by a planning board at one time, so I was confused and I didn't like it. I asked Greg. I called him last week because I was ignoring the email, and I called him. I said, "Greg, what happens if you don't do this?" He said, "Morty, we're screwed." So, and pardon my French. So, I vote yes. And after this meeting, Attorney McGuckin, I'm going to ask you if there's any more documentation that you could provide to the council, forward it to me or to the clerk or to my secretary, and we will get it over to council so everyone has a better understanding. If anyone has questions about it at the end, we'll have by open public comment, Mr.
I'm sorry. Your
Continue.
vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. The next item of business is the authorization for payment of bills and claims. The following extensions are for Council President Palmieri, V0141805, and Councilman Borelli, AET01, NJM06, NJS04, NJS13, and STA76. Council President Bernstein, do you have any comments?
Madam Clerk, sorry about that. There's one bill and claim that we went through today. I think it was like a $8,000 check to Morgan Municipal. I'm asking to pull it. It doesn't match the check amount. I think the check amount, sorry, I think the bill says 5,000. The check amount that the mayor showed me was 8,000, which is problematic. Make sure that wasn't a clerical error. And B, I'm not 100% sure what it was because Morgan hasn't, we want to research that a little bit more. So if you'd pull that, and then I'll ask Mr. Tarafanko and our finance team to look into that further. But everything else you can leave on.
May I have a motion to approve the bills and claims as stated, with the exception of removing the payment to Morgan Municipal?
Motion.
Second.
Councilman Borelli? Councilman Bressi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
Yes.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Yes.
Motion carries. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Listed for tonight's consideration are resolutions 222 through 224, 2026, listed by title. Council President Bernstein, do you have any comments?
No, just for anyone who is their first meeting, the way resolutions work is if you want us to pull one off for a separate vote and for a separate council conversation, we definitely could. Otherwise, it's a consent agenda. Does anyone have anything they want us to pull off? Madam Clerk, seeing no one, continue, please.
May I have a motion to authorize the consent agenda resolutions 222 through 224, 2026?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Borelli?
I just want to speak on Resolution 224-2026. I reached out to Congressman Chris Smith's office a while back about looking into improving conditions at the current post office on Bennett's Mills Road. I'm glad it's being looked into again. I'm glad to see this resolution, that this matter is being looked into by the congressman, our state legislators, and Mayor Kuhn. I'm supportive of their efforts. I also welcome discussion of a possible second post office facility in our town. Congressman Chris Smith's DC office recently reached out to me to inform me of the latest efforts to help our town regarding the post office. Maybe we can look into putting another one in an existing maybe shopping center like Howell has, or researching other available location options in our town. I vote yes on the consent agenda, including for this resolution. Thank you.
Councilman Bressi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
Yes.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
I would just like to, say for R224-2026 with the supporting and urging the United States Postal Services to expand, we definitely need a larger post office. I mean, our post office fits like 5 people. The hours are very restricted. I have to go to Howell half the time to go to the post office. So I really support this and I vote yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Before I vote yes, and I'll keep my remarks quick. So the way R2224 about the post office came about is I got a call from Congressman Chris Smith's office last week after the mayor, together with the congressman, Senator Owen Henry, and our Assemblyman Sweeky, I think Clifton signed that letter, apologizing that I wasn't included on the letter. I said, no, that's administration, that's fine. And she actually asked me, would you guys support a resolution? And I said, absolutely. And I just want to be clear also that, because I've seen a lot of comments back and forth, this post office issue has been an issue for a long time. There used to be a second post office in Jackson. I think it was in the Cassville part of town. I don't remember it, but that's what I was told. And Jackson is even if we don't use the word growing town, it's a town that our current post office, even if not another single unit or another resident moves to Jackson, it is inadequate. But I want to put it out there. Our post office, my experience in our post office has been fantastic with the staff that are there. I think they deserve a round of applause working. Because sometimes when you bash an issue, you forget about the human beings who are working there. And I actually had someone who works in the post office actually call me after. She's like, Morty, the comments, people are saying stuff about the staff. And I said, my experience with the staff has always been fantastic. I think they're professional. Everyone should remember to tip their give gifts to your mail carriers by the holiday season. Don't forget them. They come out in the winter, they come out in the summer, they come out no matter what, they're there. Unless the snow was plowed 4 feet from the mailbox that they couldn't get into. And then, but they're always out there, and we just want to appreciate them. So I vote yes. Madam Clerk, one before public comment, one update I forgot to give in the beginning of the meeting, and I promise this is the last one until the public comment. We put out a press release, I think it was last week, on behalf of the council and the mayor. There was a letter signed by 4 council members. Mr. Bressi had to abstain. But there was a letter put out about the MUA, which I think it's important to give an update. It was brought to our attention. Councilman Palmieri, Council Vice President Palmieri really took the lead on it. And I think certain residents found it online, that there was a, Adam, I don't want to give you too much credit. So that there was a parcel, a 5-acre parcel that the MUA was selling on Hope Chapel Road for about $2.4 million. The residents had tremendous concern why they were selling it. The mayor had reached out to the chairman of the MUA to have that conversation. And then I decided it would be appropriate to send an official letter on behalf of council and the mayor. We put it together. I'm happy that everyone, obviously Councilman Bressi was unable to sign it, but I'm happy that everyone jointly signed it. I think it sent a powerful message to the MUA. It's a separate entity, the MUA. It's not the council. We obviously appoint the MUA members, but after that, that's where our involvement is supposed to end. The MUA, we had a fantastic meeting. It was attended to by Business Administrator Terefenko on behalf of the administration, myself, and Councilman Palmieri, I apologize. After the meeting, we updated everyone but Councilman Bressi for obvious reasons. And I'm happy to announce that the MUA has suspended, better yet, is the more appropriate word, the public sale of that property. They have entered into negotiations. They do have, unfortunately, I'm not privileged to say yet what the plan is. There is a plan that I think, based on the conversations that I had with Councilman Nino Borelli, and you had it with Councilman Pollack. I think it's something that everyone on council and the mayor's office will support. And we're hoping over the next 2 to 3 weeks to have more information on that. I just want to add to that also is that right now the MUA owns that property. They have the legal right to do whatever they want with that property. Obviously, we are coming in tough and we are going to continue to negotiate, but I want to take a moment and thank the MUA, their professionals, Mr. Roman, I don't remember all their names, and Chairman Porter for coming in. We walked into the meeting and the first thing they said is, you guys think this is going to be a fight? Let us make our proposal. Within 10 minutes, we'll be out. It took about 25 minutes, but they gave us a great idea. I think something that the residents, the ratepayers, and the taxpayers will appreciate. And I want to thank Councilman Giuseppe Palmieri for taking the lead on that because that was fantastic. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone and state your name and address cleared for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to speak and may only speak once. May I have a motion to open public comment?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And just to add, I'm not going to take a break, so if any council member needs to get up, don't take it personally. Councilman asked me. I will be taking a break in a few minutes for a second or a few seconds, but I'm not going to take a break because we'll never get back up here. Floor is yours, Mr. Shemtov. You don't mind saying your name.
Good evening. My name is Elliot Shemtov, and I'm running for mayor of Jackson. Tonight, I want to address a growing concern within this community. This past weekend, we celebrated Jackson Day, and it was a fantastic and well-executed event. Thank you to the staff and volunteers who pulled it off. You guys did a great job. Amid all of that, reports also surfaced that Mayor Kuhn received some concerning voicemails. There was a big thing today on New Jersey News 12 about it. It was a big deal. I'll say this plainly and then move on. Whatever our disagreements with this administration, there is no room in Jackson for that kind of acrimony directed at anyone who serves this town. If you spend any time on social media lately, you will see how far the tone has drifted. Arguments about budgets and services have turned into vitriol. Somewhere in that noise, we started forgetting that the people on the other side of the screen live 2 streets over and stand behind us in line at the ShopRite. There are many people in this town who are on different sides of the political spectrum, but at the end of the day, we all have one thing in common. We live in this beautiful town called Jackson. I don't want that noise to become the story because it would be a distraction from the real issues facing this administration. And those issues deserve our full attention. This administration has put this town in a financial crisis. Mismanaged personnel, overpaying new hires, or losing employees because of poor leadership. Even if you think they're dodging legitimate questions, or they're close to the developers who stand to benefit at expense of residents and their quality of life, we still need to be civil. The concerns are legitimate, and you have every right to be frustrated. Everyone should be heard. As a resident, it's your right. No, it's your obligation. Our elected officials were elected to answer to the people, not the other way around. There's a difference between wanting accountability and being cruel. The moment the frustration turns into hostility, we lose focus on the very problems we're all trying to fix. If you're angry about the direction of this town, take that anger somewhere where it can do something, not in the comment sections on social media or sending gag gifts to township officials. Instead, let your voice be heard in November. Take it to the voting booth, because that is where your voice has always been the loudest and makes the biggest difference for sure. A ballot doesn't count social media likes or shares. It counts when change is mandatory. I'm running for mayor because I believe Jackson deserves leadership that will be fiscally responsible, hiring personnel based on merit, not political patronage. Jackson deserves an administration that will not make deals with developers that threaten the quality of life for its residents and wildlife, and fights for equal enforcements of rules and laws for every single person in this town. We're going to have a difference in opinions between now and Election Day. That's just democracy. So I'm making a call to everyone. Let's stay focused on the real issues, because there are real issues in Jackson to focus on. The Fight for Jackson team hears you loud and clear. We will not be distracted by the noise. Jackson is bigger than any one election, and at the end of the day, we're all still neighbors and friends. My name is Elliot Shemtov, and I'm running for mayor of this town.
Amanda Trombetta.
Much better.
Thank you for voting against data centers. Now that we have approved that, let's take the next step needed to change the warehouse ordinance of 32-21. On a separate note, is there a reason why it's so cold in here? It's freezing in here.
I'll get to that.
Thank you. So I recently received an email from a resident regarding Roa Farms, and it raised some questions that I believe we deserve answers to. Rova Farms was already a major community issue back in 2022. At that time, residents were being told about plans to transform the property into a recreational destination. Fast forward 4 years later, and Rova Farms still has a coming soon sign. I don't know about you, but I feel our definition of coming soon may be vastly different. What is even more concerning is what we have now learned about the permitting process. In the email from the council, and according to the Township Council, Morgan Engineering failed to file the necessary permits with the state. The failure cost the township valuable time and, more importantly, taxpayer money. So let's put this into perspective. Nearly 4 years later, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we're still talking about permits and preparing submissions. Where is the accountability? How many months were lost because the permits were not filed? How much additional taxpayer money has been spent as a result? And perhaps more importantly, why is Rova Farms still nowhere close to where residents were told it would be years ago? Because coming soon isn't good enough anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, council. I will choose to remain anonymous. With the last two meetings running close to 3.5 hours, I want to raise a concern about the new public comment format where council waits until the end of the meeting to respond instead of answering residents as they speak. I understand the goal was likely to let residents finish their full 5 minutes without interruption, but I believe this format is actually making things worse for residents, not better, for 3 reasons. First, it forces residents to sit through an entire multi-hour meeting just to hear a response to a question they may have asked in the very beginning of public comment. Not everyone can stay 3.5 hours. Now getting an answer requires a time commitment many people simply can't make. Second, residents who can't stay can watch the recording later, but that assumes the response actually happens. If a question gets missed or lost in the shuffle of the notes taken over several hours, the resident who asked may never know. Third, and I think this is the part that's easily overlooked, when the council responds to each resident in real time, that exchange wasn't just for the person speaking, it was for everyone in the room. One resident's question and answer could raise a follow-up in someone else's mind. That's how residents get fuller explanations and how the council can clarify or correct itself on the spot. When all the answers are pushed to the end, the back and forth disappears. If I have a follow-up, my only option is to wait another 2 weeks for the following meeting or email the council privately, where only I get the answer instead of the whole room hearing it. I'm asking the council to return to responding to each resident after they speak rather than saving it for the end. That preserves the benefit of residents hearing each other's question and answers in real time, and it doesn't require anyone to sit through a 3.5 hour meeting just to find out whether their question was even answered. Thank you.
May I respond?
Yeah. So I just want to respond to that resident for a second. So I'll tell you part of the reason why I changed the format. Obviously, we had a couple meetings that it got a little contentious here, and my thinking was I did look into many other way boards are run, whether it's the Jackson Board of Ed. After the meeting, only the superintendent usually even answers, and not really the rest of the council. That was I've tried different styles throughout my term here as council president. I definitely do note your concerns, and what I was thinking of actually before this meeting was after every 4 or 5 people just stopping and giving some answers. Part of my concern was, as many people can see, I like talking. When you get into the back and forth, people start complaining about me taking some of their time, not taking their time. This is not a deposition, and sometimes it can turn into a deposition a little bit. If you don't answer, just stand up there. So I figured it was the most fair time everyone have their 5 minutes completely uninterrupted. But I do hear your concern, and I think for tonight, what I'm going to do is every couple speeches, comments, I'm going to stop for a minute and just give a couple answers. And this way, if anyone else wants to piggyback off that later, but that person's time will be up. I don't want to use anyone's time because did happen in the past, and there was a dispute about the 5 minutes. And it's late. We have a large crowd, and I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to speak. And like I said, I'm taking people's time right now, so it's getting later for everyone. So I really appreciate your comments. 2 weeks, 2 times in a row, you're spot on. So we appreciate it. I'm just going to stop for a second and just answer some of the questions that were brought up. Mr. Shemtov brought up about social media comments, and I think we could all hopefully agree that there's a lot of issues in town. Let's debate the issues. Let's not call people names. I think we have an opportunity in this upcoming election season to show that we are better. Let's not use the words, whether it's penguins, whether it's anti-Semite or anything, or any other terminology. I've been called rats. Certain people running who are allegedly, or maybe they are connected to me, are called rats for sellouts for even running affiliated with me. Let's stick to the issues. Let's not turn this into a nasty mudslinging. I think there are some real issues, real debate of issues that we could work through this upcoming election season. I wish I was running actually, so I could actually participate in a debate. Next, Ms. Trombetta, you brought up, and I don't want to skip any of the issues that you brought up. You brought up the cold. First of all, the cold in the room. It's funny because after the last meeting, someone posted online it was freezing and it was done intentionally in order to chase people out, and someone else responded, no, it was actually for the first time comfortable. I personally like a cold. I have found that whenever I sat here boiling away up here, especially my jacket, I was actually thinking of taking my jacket off in past meetings. If I could just get a raise of hands, who's cold? Okay. I'm going to tell you, I am not cold. And neither, but Councilman Pollock, we listen to the people, right? The people
Council
are, people
President,
are
Council
cold.
President, I
Yes.
just want to say, we've, at about 2:30 today, we are no longer with the same HVAC company because this is just insane. So we are looking at new state HVAC companies because I don't know what goes on.
Okay, but I just want to be very clear for the person who does AI tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. This was not intentional. It's not like me and the mayor sat in a back room and like, let's make it cold to get the crowd out. We'll use the doors. No, God forbid. But that was not intentional. And like the mayor said, there's going to be a new HVAC company. And I think we will listen, and I'm going to pass along to the administrator and the mayor. Let's make sure it's not so cold next meeting. Now, with regard to what Ms. Trombetta brought up about Rova Farms. So there's been some emails back and forth, and I don't mind sharing, forwarding them. I'm not sure if you saw them all. So Rova Farms, when I first got on council, was actually under RVE. The engineer was RVE. The former mayor, and again, I'm not here to play politics, but the former mayor was unhappy with some of the things that occurred with RVE, and we switched to Morgan. And we were really hoping that Morgan would get the job done. And to give them credit, they did a lot of work. It wasn't a full waste of time. And contrary to the number I saw on social media, and I have the exact number written down, Business Administrator Terrifying, could you remember the number? I know you and I called you about it after that whole fiasco. What was it, $190,000? It was less.
It was approximately 190,000.
Okay, it was approximately $190,000 over the 2 years. So there were multiple Rova Farm Committee meetings. Now, I am not the chair of the Rova Committee, but I gave a commitment when I got in, especially when I heard that this is something that Alex Sawicki put forward, and under my watch, and I'm not going to use the words because there's some people that I don't want them to hear these words, but under my watch, this project is never going to happen. Those are the words that we took. The day after the Mayor Kuhn got in, we had Friday afternoon, we took a tour of all the employees. One of the first things I said to her, I said, Jen, what's going to be with Rova? She said, Morty, take it and run with it. Everything's approved from my end. The residents were promised it. You had a resident who put her years into it, all along, who sadly, passed away. I remember meeting her and other residents on the site, and they're saying, Morty, is this going to happen when we're alive? Which is, I think, is shameful. Rova, we met with Morgan, I think it was in April, if I remember correctly, as a final Rova committee. And I want to give kudos to those who showed up to the meeting. Some of the members of the committee, I think, was Steve Chisholm, Marlene, and I forgot the name of the third resident. I apologize. Oh, and Paul Navallo. We all showed up to the meeting, and we voted on the swing set design and some of the other final designs. And what we were told by the engineer is that we have 1 week to finalize everything, and it's going to be submitted to DEP. We were told this in April, closer to beginning of May, and I can go through my emails to check the exact time frame. I waited a couple weeks because I don't like always harassing anyone, and I reached out, and I was told by Morgan that the engineer who was assigned to the project was no longer going to be with Morgan. So I did reach out to some of the people in Morgan, and I asked, what is with the project? Who is the lead person? They said, give us 2 weeks, we're going to get back to you. I said, was it submitted? Was it not submitted? I'm not familiar with the process of submitting to DEP. Holly's probably a little bit more familiar with it. And what I was told was, we'll get back to you. We don't know, because he was our point person. About 3 weeks later, and this obviously takes us to somewhere in the beginning of June, so for about 6 weeks into where we should have been, we reached out. We finally got an answer. Morty, we want to have a conference call, and I did get on a conference call, and we were told everything was buttoned up, everything is good, but it was not submitted to DEP yet. So I said, well, you guys dropped the ball. You guys weren't honest with us. We were told that it was moving forward, and you did not move it forward. I need this project to move forward. The residents have worked very hard on it. We looked. I looked at our pool of engineers, and I still do believe that we need an engineer who's going to be solely devoted to this project to make sure it happens. We appointed by the last meeting CME. I forgot their new name. They did always the trees in Jackson, and they still do. I think her name is Sherry. She does the trees. We went to them. I know that Chairman Chisholm has a great working relationship with them, and he is the chair of Rova. We turned to them about a month ago. We asked them if they would come into Jackson and they said, we'd love to, but the problem is you guys didn't reappoint us for the trees. So by the last council meeting, we reappointed CME. I forgot their new name, and it's something with an A. What's it called? Art, can you say the mic? Okay. And we appointed them, I think it was 2 meetings ago. I had a conversation with them on Friday, getting an update. They obviously, before they put their stamp on anything that they're submitting to DEP, they have to review all the documents because their licensing obviously is online. We are having a Rova Farms follow-up meeting this coming Monday at 6 p.m. With the committee, with the new engineer. And they told me that and I didn't know this, in order to submit to DEP, the council needs to pass a resolution authorizing a check of some form to the DEP, and that will be on hopefully our next agenda. So I would say, to answer Ms. Trombetta's question, we lost about 4 months of time, and the constant, I have one resident in the Rova, I told her, call me every Friday. So for the last 2 Fridays, 5:30 on a dot, she leaves her job, she calls me, and we are, I think, committed to making that project happen. We were very, very disappointed. Hopefully, after next Monday, we'll have a better update. The Rova committee wants to make sure that what was given to them is exactly what they agreed to, so we don't waste any more time. And I was told that they are going to expedite it, permit process, everything possibly to get it done faster to make up for that lost time. But we didn't lose 2 years, we lost 3 to 4 months. And I'm going to turn it over to the next person.
Good evening, council. My name is Wanda, and I'm a 20-year Jackson resident. The reason that I'm here this evening is I received a certified letter stating that on September 14th, they're trying to approve a major subdivision next to my property. A year ago, my property was assessed at $900,000. Being that this is coming, it's going to be, I'm sorry, this is my first time public speaking, so I apologize. Like 24 some odd houses and something like that. It's for block 19703, lots 6, 7, and 24, and I am lot
What street?
25.
What street?
Bowman Road. And I am lot 25. My backyard would have no privacy whatsoever. It will also infect the environment tremendously. My property value will decrease immensely. I care for an elderly person. I am unable to find the accommodations that I have now. My house is almost paid for. And I'm just asking for some kind of help. I mean, there's going to be 7 houses that are going to be backed up to my backyard. I'm going to have no privacy whatsoever. And not to mention the infrastructure and the environment. It's going to be horrendous. And I'm at I'm retired. I'm on a fixed income, and it's going to be very hard for me to relocate with what I need. I have handicap bathroom and whatnot for my elderly parent, and I'd like to see if there's maybe something that you guys could do for me. I would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll get back
Thank
to
you very much.
Hello, Bernard Bonham. This is the reason I came.
You mind just
here.
speaking to the mic? It's live too. Yeah.
Bernard Bonham. This is the initial reason I came here for. I can see that the town's going through a lot, and I guess my main purpose of coming here is I guess whatever's going on here has now trickled into Cream Ridge, Plumstead. There's a farm, Perfect Insanity Farm. How you doing, Mr. McGuckin? It's been a while, brother. When are they getting paid? I mean, the town turned to them with a ton of animals. When are they getting paid? There's 4 minutes. I am willing to render my 4 minutes for the explanation of why this small farm is being put in this financial position.
So, I'm gonna. Are you talking? Can you name the name of the farm? I just want to make sure we got the right place.
Perfect Insanity.
Sure.
I mean, how many farms are you screwing over?
So-
It's Perfect Insanity Farm in Queen Ridge. Are there any other farms you're screwing
Sure.
over in Queen Ridge?
So I'm going to turn it over to Attorney McGuckin. We had a conversation today.
Yeah, at the next meeting, the council will be acting on a resolution to resolve the issue with the Insanity Farm. There's a little bit of more information I need. I understand there's been some payments made to the municipal court. I need to get those facts before I can draft the resolution. But there should be a resolution on the next agenda.
Mr. McGuckin, we can get this all done. I have the owner's number, good friend of mine, great woman, great family. And I mean, if you need information, let me know that information. They have been struggling, taking on this financial cost.
I've spoken to their.
Let's get this done.
So, Mr. McCoggin, I just want to say, I had a resident reach out to me. She was in the back before. I'm not sure if she's still here. Today, to get an update, there was an email exchange. The mayor she's still there. And the mayor authorized a couple weeks ago for this to be resolved in a certain way. There are attorneys involved at this point, so the two attorneys are speaking. And what we said is, and I told the clerk to put a placeholder on the next agenda for a resolution to compensate anyone, any monies that are owed that can legally be paid for. So if you come to the next meeting, hopefully Mr. McGuck in the next 48 hours will speak to their attorney and make sure everyone's on board. But it sounds like this is going to be resolved by the next meeting.
There's
Thank
an
you so much.
agreement.
Where's the camera? Is that the camera?
I don't know.
Jessica, this is going to be taken care of by next meeting. Jessica told me. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys next month.
Thank you, Sherry.
Holly Reynolds. I'm on the Environmental Commission, but I'm just speaking as a resident. At my last appearance before you, I spoke about the need for Jackson Township to strengthen its environmental protections. Tonight, I would like to take that discussion one step further and propose that Jackson amend its existing tree removal ordinance to address the problem that our current ordinance does not adequately address: the clear cutting of large areas of forest for anticipated development, followed by the property sitting cleared and undeveloped for years. We have seen what this can look like in Jackson. When a forest is removed, we don't simply lose individual trees, we lose an ecological system. We lose wildlife habitat, forest interior, wildlife corridors, groundwater recharge, natural stormwater infiltration, erosion control, carbon storage, and the ability of that land to absorb and filter water. And when that clear property sits vacant, those environmental functions don't come back simply because the developer hasn't built yet. That's why I believe Jackson needs to move beyond looking at tree removal one tree at a time. Our existing ordinance already recognizes the importance of trees. It addresses tree removal permits, replacement trees, reforestation, and escrow. But the ordinance needs to recognize something else. A forest is more than a collection of individual trees. I am asking the council to consider an amendment to Chapter 405 that would establish stronger standards for mass clearing and development-related clearing. The first principle should be simple: avoid, minimize, preserve, mitigate, restore. First, avoid unnecessary clearing. Second, minimize the clearing that is actually necessary. Third, preserve mature trees, contiguous forests, and environmentally sensitive areas. Fourth, mitigate the impacts that cannot be avoided. And finally, when the development does not proceed, restore the land. I am proposing that Jackson establish a definition of mass clearing and require additional review when a development proposes to remove significant areas of forest. For those applications, the developer should have to show the township exactly what is being removed, what is being preserved, and why those proposed clearing is actually necessary. That should include wetlands and buffers, waterways, riparian areas, flood hazard areas, groundwater recharge areas, threatened and endangered species habitat, wildlife corridors, contiguous forest, and other resources identified through the Jackson's environmental resource inventory. Most importantly, I believe Jackson should require a minimum clearing analysis. Before a developer removes an entire forest to accommodate a development plan, the applicant should demonstrate that reasonable alternatives were considered. Can the building be moved? Can the roadway be moved? Can the stormwater basin be redesigned? Can parking be reduced or relocated? Can a larger contiguous portion of the forest be preserved? The goal should be to design the development around the natural resources whenever reasonably possible, not remove the natural resources to accommodate the development. I also believe Jackson needs a stronger provision addressing the situation we have discussed involving properties that are clear cut and then sit vacant. Tree removal should not be considered the same thing as construction. Simply cutting down the forest should not allow a developer to claim that development has commenced. I am proposing that for large-scale clearing, the township establish a reasonable period within which substantial development must actually begin. If the development is abandoned, expires, or does not substantially commence, the township should have the ability to require a restoration and reforestation plan. If the environment benefit of the forest was sacrificed for a development that never actually proceeds, there needs to be a mechanism for restoring at least some of what was lost. I also believe the township should strengthen its use of escrow and performance guarantees. When a large forest is being removed, the township should have financial security available to ensure that required tree replacement, forest restoration, soil stabilization, and other obligations actually get completed. And replacement should not always mean simply replacing the number of individual trees that were removed. Replacing mature forests with rows of small ornamental trees does not recreate a forest. For large-scale clearing, Jackson should consider forest area restoration and native habitat restoration in addition to individual tree replacement. This doesn't have to be anti-development ordinance. It could be a better development ordinance. It can tell developers that Jackson welcomes responsible development, but we expect development to be respectful of the natural systems that makes this township livable. We have the opportunity to learn from what has already happened here. We should not wait until another forest is gone, another property has been clear cut, and another disturbed site sits vacant for years before deciding that our ordinance wasn't strong enough. So tonight, I'm asking the council to direct the township attorney and appropriate township professionals to review this amendment to Chapter 405 I'm providing, incorporating these concepts. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
Hello, once again, Bonnie McFarlane, 5A Mallard Street, Manchester, New Jersey, but I still consider Jackson my home. I'm here today to speak about how blessed Jackson Township is, along with my other hometown, Manchester, that we are all part of the Pinelands National Preserve. People all over the world know about the Pinelands, and Jackson is part of that. And unfortunately, it seems that Jackson, with their affordable housing initiatives, seem to be trying to circumvent the numbers for the Pinelands Comprehensive Management Plan. I'm asking that you please work within the boundaries of the Pinelands Comprehensive Management Plan. Affordable housing, personally, I don't think it belongs in the Pinelands. If you need affordable housing, put it out along County Line Road. That's where my family home was and I grew up. My family home is no longer there. But it's a 4-lane road, would be able to handle a volume of traffic. And since there's a lot of housing going up there anyway, just put it all in one spot and leave it at that. But I have to say that you've already violated the Pinelands Comprehensive Management Plan by over 3,000 homes in affordable housing. Just work with the Pinelands Commission, work with the Comprehensive Management Plan, and don't try to push the limits. You don't have the limits in front of you, stick with them. We need the Pinelands, we need the water that they provide with the aquifer, we need the trees for our breathing water, wildlife needs home, we need nature just for our own rest and relaxation and well-being. So I ask that you please don't push the button, work with the Pinelands Comprehensive Management Plan and do the right thing. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kuhn, honorable members of the council.
Name?
My name is Isaac Schwartz. I live on Chelsea Road for the past 6 years. I know this segment is really for raising municipal issues or sharing recommendations, but tonight I think I want to do something a little different. I was raised with a deep appreciation for the virtue of showing gratitude. Publicly expressing thanks is a tradition that's been in our family for thousands of years. And I know that's not exactly what always happens here, but I want to just give it a shot, so here goes. First, I want to thank you, Mayor and council members, for protecting the serenity of our neighborhoods. What am I referring to? I think every resident in this room regardless of background, regardless of religion, appreciates the unique, peaceful vibe that Jackson offers. It's hard to find this anywhere else. Nobody wants to see investors buy up homes and rent them out to multiple families, which kills the feel of a neighborhood. I want to thank the mayor and the council for working with the Bureau of Rental Housing and Inspection to aggressively crack down on illegal rentals and overcrowding. It has made a real difference. Keep it up. Thank you. Second, I want to express my thanks for your efforts through the Clean Communities Initiative. The mayor and the council have done so much to address litter, to keep our parks and streets and sidewalks clean. Thank you for preserving the natural beauty of our town. Finally, I want to share something a little more personal. We heard a lot tonight about Jackson Day. I was there with my wife and kids, and it was indeed a beautiful thing to see. Everyone was enjoying together. Parents were chatting. Kids were frolicking in the sprawling park. It was really something amazing. And it brought up some feelings. Like most human beings, I come from 4 grandparents. 3 of my 4 grandparents had multiple siblings. I think at least 8, each one of them. And when they were teenagers, they lost all their siblings and their parents in the inferno under Nazi Germany. That's 3 of them. And then you say there was one remaining one. She probably had an easy life, actually. She had to escape on donkey back from Iraqi persecution. So they're all gone out, and I'm sure they're watching from up there. And I'm sure they are so proud of what this township provides for people from all different walks of life. I live here, and I get the feeling that the founding fathers wanted a town to look this way, where we can all live together in a cohesive way, unified, and we will never have to look over our shoulders. I, as a person who wears the yarmulke every day, never ever get the feeling in this town that I have to look over my shoulder to see if someone's going to pull out a pitchfork or a dagger or a machine gun or worse. And I am super grateful for that. I'm sure my grandparents up there are extremely grateful for that. I'm thankful to God for making this happen. I'm thankful to our mayor for continuing to work to keep everybody together, our council, and most importantly, to everybody in this room and everybody in Jackson for always working to drown out the online rhetoric, but instead make this place just unified and peaceful and cohesive. Thank you.
I am still a resident of Jackson, and you can still refer to me as B. Last time, this microphone never got a name, but somehow it got a label, the young woman who misses her high school. And maybe there was a misunderstanding between what was said and what was heard, because this was never simply about missing high school. Of course, there are memories attached to Jackson Memorial, but the point wasn't, I want my high school back. The point was, look at what the high school gave its students and ask whether the kids growing up in Jackson today are going to be given the same opportunities. Wouldn't you want your kids to be exposed to as many opportunities as possible? That's what public education is supposed to provide. And yes, private school is an option, but it isn't an option for every family to afford. Public school is there for every child, and every child deserves a strong education. That's why this matters. I want to clarify something from your response about why Jackson is in this position, so we are on the same page. Jackson's locally raised school property tax levy and New Jersey state aid are not the same thing. Local school taxes stay local. They aren't collected by Trenton and put into a pot, distributed to other districts, and then whatever's left is sent back to Jackson. That's not how that works. State aid is separate. It comes from the state revenue that is distributed to districts under the New Jersey school funding system. That is where the S2 bill comes into play. It is state funding, not local taxes. Now, does that mean the state funding formula is perfect? Absolutely not. Does that mean Jackson can't argue that the formula isn't working for a district? Of course not. Have that conversation and challenge the formula. Fight for more state aid if that's what Jackson isn't receiving what it needs. But that conversation has to start with an accurate explanation of where the money actually comes from, because otherwise we're arguing about 2 different things. And that's where some of the responses to residents become frustrating. When somebody questions what is happening in the town, that question should be answered for what it actually is. Residents should be able to ask legitimate questions about how their town is being run without having motives assigned to them that they never expressed. These are drastic changes that have happened in a very short amount of time, and younger residents are going to live with these consequences for a long time. So when Jackson Memorial is brought up, it isn't a request to turn back the clock. It's about knowing what opportunities existed for one generation and asking why the next generation has to have fewer. So maybe it's easy to remember the young woman who misses her high school. That's okay. But please don't let that be the only thing taken away from these words, because the concern isn't that the past is gone. The concern is that if Jackson keeps asking his children to accept less, eventually there won't be enough left for them to miss.
Janice Solero, Jackson, New Jersey. I want to address a few issues that I believe deserve the attention of this committee. I am here because I care about this town, I care about the people who live here, and I believe the residents deserve transparency, consistency, and accountability from their elected officials. First, I want to address the recent incident involving an individual who was not a resident of our town and did show up to ask Ms. Kuhn, our mayor, questions regarding Oprah requests. My concern is not simply about what happened. My concern is how these situations are handled and how they appear to the public. On social media, every media made it out like Charles Manson was there. There were plenty of police there. At the same token, he shouldn't have attacked her. It is Jackson Day, and situations like that are uncalled for. On another note, I have seen Eleanor H. in the back repeatedly at town meetings ask for Oprah requests and never get any answers. Second, I want to address the tone of some of the comments and social media discussions involving our residents. There have been comments made about Jackson residents that I believe are unnecessarily divisive and disrespectful. I understand that people, and that includes myself as well. I will put myself in that category. I understand that people have strong opinions. I understand that social media can bring out emotions. And I certainly understand that not everyone is going to agree with one another. We have been referred to, you see our comments, but on the flip side, we've been referred to clapping seals when Eleanor speaks. I've seen all the nasty comments. I find Eleanor very informative, and I've learned a lot from her. There's always going to be two sides to a story. I would ask this committee to consider that before responding to complaints, social media posts, or accusations. Third, I would like to talk about something even more important. Who is influencing the decisions being made in this township? I have spent time looking at political contributions and connections involving individuals, attorneys, businesses, PAC, and organizations connected to township politics. My point is that when residents see substantial contributions, and it's all over the internet, it's on every Jackson page, who's donating what, et cetera, being made by individuals or organizations that may have business interests, legal interests, development interests, or other connections within the community. It is completely reasonable for residents to ask questions. Who is contributing? Who benefits? Who is being representative? And perhaps most importantly, are the interests of the average township resident receiving the same consideration as the interests of the people with significant financial or political influence? What else did I want to talk about? There are residents who feel that certain people or certain groups receive different treatment from the township, whether that perception is completely accurate or not. The fact that residents feel that way should concern all of us. The government doesn't just have to be fair, it has to look fair. If one resident has an issue with a property, an event, a zoning matter, an Oprah request, or a township decision, they should receive the same consideration as someone with political connections, financial resources, or relationships within government. That's what people expect from their elected officials. I know we discussed data centers. My only question is the warehouses. And yes, a lot of people are saying there are a lot that are empty. Is there a way in the future, if you're not going to turn them into data centers, which I don't want them, nobody wants them, could an application be admitted to turn them into schools or dorms in the near future? That's a concern, I believe, of many residents in Jackson Township. What else? I think I covered just about everything. I don't expect every resident in this room to agree with me. That's democracy. But I do expect us to be able to ask questions without being labeled troublemakers. I expect transparency when taxpayer dollars are involved. I expect consistency in how township rules are applied. And I think I covered everything.
I'll get back to you shortly.
Okay.
I'm back. So first off, I think you guys made a good choice with prohibiting the data centers, so thank you very much. I did want to say to Councilman Bresci and to everyone really, Councilman Mike Rebel in Howell has a very good explanation and kind of breaking down the Howell ordinance in layman terms. I recommend everyone goes on the Howell YouTube channel if you would like to see that. I was going to try to paraphrase a little bit, but I don't want to butcher his words. He's a lot smarter than me, and he's been in that field for a long time. He understands what he's talking about, so I highly recommend checking that out if you have any further questions. I think he can cover a lot of that for you. Second, I appreciate the shout out. I will happily bring any sort of information that I find useful in Howell over to you guys. We're neighbors, and my goal is to not only help Howell, but to be a bridge for every place that I go to and any place that I can touch. That being said, I did want to obviously voice my support for that ordinance. It's 2026-26, which mandates annual safety inspections and increased oversight to eliminate overcrowded and substandard rentals while forcing landlord compliance. Tenants and surrounding homeowners need to be protected from slumlords. The goal should be to encourage people from all walks of life to move to the area, and I believe this ordinance is a step in the right direction. In addition to that, I was speaking to some councilmen back in Howell, specifically Councilman Ian Nadell. He agreed with me, and he's been helping me out, kind of looking into some stuff in regards to a habitability ordinance, excuse me. So this ordinance will basically add an extra layer of protection for sanitary purposes, and it's based off of the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs bulletin. So it does have that state backing. It's not good to copy and paste stuff from the state, but this wouldn't be that. It's what I'm trying to get Howell to look into is effectively have an additional inspection along with our COs and other, whatever other inspections each town does. I think putting up any shield to protect property owners that will be affected by a poor rental, and especially the tenants need to be protected as well. Lastly, I was debating telling this story, but I think it's a positive story, and other people came up with a similar message. After the last Jackson meeting, I did get the Howell liaison for the Orthodox community to reach out to me, and we set up a coffee meeting. It was a couple of people from my crew, Howell Connections, and a couple of his friends, also from the Orthodox community. We sat down at Starbucks, and there was a lot more common ground than people might think. Also, it was, I'm being honest. Again, I try my absolute best not to be a controversial figure. I really do want to be a bridge. We all live together, and every time I come up here and say that, I mean it. That conversation was mostly solution-based, and we didn't agree on some stuff, which is absolutely expected. But as the conversation progressed, there was a lot more transparency. I think everyone was a little guarded when we got there, not exactly sure why we were, what was going to be said. But ultimately, it was a positive conversation, and we plan on having more to come. Especially, we were all younger guys that were there, and I basically looked at the one gentleman and I said, listen, we're inheriting all the problems from all of our past leaders, both secular and from the Orthodox community. And it's up to us to now take what we have, be as transparent as possible, lift some of the veils of mystery, and communicate with one another. I don't like, pardon important to me. I don't like a lot of the stuff that I see online as well from both sides. I think I briefly discussed it last time. A person with concerns about zoning or overdevelopment or other stuff, or seeing what happened in Lakewood, let's just be honest. People get scared and frightened, and they don't know what's going to happen in Ocean and Monmouth County now. But one of the gentlemen did tell me he had the choice to live in Lakewood, and he chose to go to Howell because he wants to live in a wooded area and he doesn't want to live in a city. And he even said to me, he goes, I know I got to show you that. He's not going to believe me from saying it, but it was a good start, and I will once again relay that message. If anyone wants to talk to me from any community, I'll talk to a billionaire or a janitor. Everyone's the same to me. So let's continue having these conversations, and let's try to make a positive change in not just this town and Howell, but New Jersey and dare I say America. So let's try our best, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, Dan from Jackson. You can refer to me as DC. As I mentioned a couple weeks ago, usually I'm at home sitting on my couch eating popcorn, watching the town council meetings instead of cat videos. By the way, I hope you guys like the videos I sent you. But the one thing that really has impressed me in all the time attending these meetings or watching online has been the people of this town. People take time away from their families. In some instances, they take time off of work to come here and speak before you all. And the people that stand up on this mic, they're experienced, they're informed, and they're passionate people. And while I don't always agree with them, I really do respect them. It's not easy to come up here, right? You got a whole room of people looking at you, cameras are rolling, it's 50 degrees in here, there's a clock you're racing against. Your palms are sweaty, your knees get weak, your arms are heavy. You get nervous, but on the surface, you look calm and ready. It's almost like you lose yourself. But there was a gentleman that spoke earlier tonight, a young gentleman. There's that girl B, she's in the back. She spoke this meeting, so impressive, right? She spoke last week too and got a round of applause. And I think even Mike Calderese, right, he awarded her best in show on his recap the night after. That reminded me of a lyric from the song Glory from the movie Selma. Now, if you guys haven't heard the song or seen the movie, they're great. I recommend it. The lyric goes like this: no one can win a war individually. It takes the wisdom of the elders and the young people's energy. So week after week, this room gets filled with Gen Xers like myself and baby boomers. I think we got the wisdom of the elders locked down. What we need more of is that young people's energy. So to the other young gentleman that was here, I say keep coming back, bring your friends. Your young people are part of Jackson, and you need to make your voice heard to the people on this council. But even if you don't or you can't come back, you can still make your voice heard in November with your vote. Now, I want to rewind the clock back just a couple more weeks. There was another young lady that came up here. She spoke about lemonade stands. And look, I don't know if she has a franchise of lemonade stands, or maybe she's getting a kickback from Minute Maid. Who knows? I'm sure Eleanor is going to do a whole investigation on it, come up here with videos and tell us all about it. But what I do know is that I was really disheartened by the people in this room who chose to boo that young lady. I want you guys to think for a moment, if that was your grandchild or your child, how would they feel and how would you feel? Now, I attended Jackson Day over this weekend, and I heard some people talking about the disgusting anti-Semitic rhetoric that was written on the school board school chalkboard a few weeks ago. One person made a comment that hate is learned, and they probably learned it from their parents. Now, I agree with half of that statement. Hate is learned. But there's been countless times in my life where I did something pretty damn stupid, and my mom would say to me, "Why did you do that? I raised you better than this." So can hate be learned from parents? Yes. It can also be learned from friends. It can be learned from a podcast or on the internet. And it can also be learned when a group of strangers boos a young child. We need to do better. So what's my point here besides just coming up here and calling balls and strikes and giving you guys my own unique perspective? I guess I can sum it up by saying this. This community really needs some healing and some unity. We need to stop villainizing each other. We need to start respecting each other and finding common ground and being more neighborly. I'm reminded of John 13:34, which says, love one another. I think we need to follow that advice. Thank you.
So I'm just going to interrupt for a second and just get to some of the questions as I committed to before. With regard to I think it was a subdivision on Bowman Road. I don't know if that was a planning board or zoning board application. Obviously, no one up here, we can't talk about a pending application. What I would recommend is reach out to your neighbors, come to that board meeting, get involved, get engaged. When residents come, it makes a difference. And we see that by all the land use boards. And I would definitely recommend going down the road. We as the land use, Mr. Bresci?
She said the date was September 14th. That's a planning board meeting.
That's a planning board meeting. Obviously, I don't want to talk about it, an open application, but you come, express your concerns, and I can tell you that it's my opinion that from my experience over there is they try their best to take as many of the concerns, as long as it's said in a respectful way, into account. So come to that meeting, bring your neighbors, and voice your concerns. With regard to Cream Ridge, I think we addressed that on the spot during the 5 minutes of that gentleman, is that Mr. McCucken, if hopefully that resolution will be ready by the next council meeting. With regard to a tree cutting ordinance, I'm going to ask our attorney to look into that. And Ms. Reynolds, you have my contact information if you don't mind sending me any samples of that ordinance that you have seen in other areas. We would definitely look into that. With regard to, I think it was from the earlier people that I missed this point with regard to warehouses. So I can say that Councilman Pollack and Councilman Palmieri, Council Vice President Palmieri, have started looking into some different modifications to our warehouse standards. I've reached out to our engineer with an email that Councilman Palmieri forwarded me. I think it was from you, Chris. So we are looking into that, and we obviously will do what we could. I think maybe some more setbacks, more buffers, and other hopefully things. And I do think that would be consistent with the master plan based on my review. Councilman?
If anybody wants to change the use for a warehouse that's been approved as a warehouse, they still got to come in front of the board. If it's complying, it'd be planning board. If it's not, it'd be zoning board. But they would have to come in for a change of use.
Okay, perfect. With regard to rentals, I think it was Joe from Howell. That's what I'll call him. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for being an ally on this issue. Like I said, this is an issue that I know it's been discussed ad nauseum, and I am happy to be part of a team that is is working very hard on this. I think more can be done. The fact of the matter is that there are investors who follow when a town is attractive for people to move in, they follow and they buy up houses and they put people in. And I can say from my block, I have more than one on my block, and it's not fun. And it definitely is not. It's not good for the school board. It's not good for so many things. So thank you for being an ally in that, and we look forward to working with you and other towns. I will say our conversation, we didn't talk about having a coffee together. We talked about having a beer together. So maybe over there they don't know, and Howell, they don't drink the same way. I saw you went to the last time to CG's with Councilman Pollack. I was all insulted I wasn't invited. With regard to the incident what the resident mentioned by Jackson Day, I don't want to say much more because I obviously did not witness it. Jackson Day was a family-friendly event. It really was. It was something special. I think there is a time and place for everything. There is a time to make tough questions. I know our clerk does her best at Oprah's. Just because someone asks for something doesn't mean they're legally entitled to it. She definitely gets a lot, and she's definitely continuously sending things out. There are attorneys who review things for various redactions. I definitely, we definitely condone up here any language of clapping seals or anything. That was the first I heard of that. But obviously, any behavior like that, guys, let's debate the issues, and let's stick to the name calling in other venues. With regard to political contributions, I'll say is that I don't believe anyone should get extra favors because of political contributions. And I think someone actually mentioned today about a political contribution that someone gave to a PAC, and they said, oh, that means that they're aligned with Councilman Bernstein. I'm sorry. I know it's something that Councilman Pollack feels very strongly about. If anyone's doing anything illegally, obviously it's not allowed. In New Jersey, political contributions are allowed. And if you want to support a ticket, it doesn't take any political contributions. That's your God-given right. And you know, that's all I'm gonna say about that. With regard to warehouses into schools, I definitely understand the concern. Anytime you limit other uses, whether it's data centers or anything else, obviously someone has a warehouse, they have a right to use it. We can't talk about, with regard to schools or dormitories with warehouses, every zone is different. If I understand correctly, the DOJ settlement, there are overlay zones. And even if the town would rezone some of those areas, some of the existing zoning would remain. In order to possibly change any of the school zones or religious use-based zones, the Department of Justice would have to be in agreement with it, and obviously the Attorney General. Mr. McCucken, is that correct? Okay. With regard to what you mentioned about the young lady, I actually, I'm not going to say if I agree or disagree with her analogy about lemonade, but I actually found it to be appalling. We appreciate when young people come, and let's give them the extra respect. It's not easy for any young child. And just to put it out there, I was accused of bringing her in and asking her as an agitator to come. It's just false. She was here. I can't tell you if her father put her up to her or not. That's between her and her father. But what I could tell you is she spoke, and that itself should be applauded. I think one resident actually got up after and applauded her, because it takes guts to get up here sometimes. Anything else from council before we move forward? Okay. Not yet. Okay. Next. I'll be back in a minute.
Hi, Sarah. I'm a grateful Jackson resident and mom of 6 running on very little sleep, so I hope I sound coherent. But I felt it was important for me to stand here tonight. I am sick of the divide in Jackson. I am sick of one side being painted entirely one way and the other side being painted entirely another. No one person represents an entire community. No Facebook page represents an entire community. And certainly the worst voices among us should not get to define us all. So I'm not here tonight to speak for every Orthodox Jew in Jackson, but I am here to tell you what I've personally seen, experienced, and believe. I've seen the Facebook posts. I've seen many people say that they don't endorse hatred or anti-Semitism, while allowing some of the most vile anti-Semitic comments to remain on their pages. I've seen the men who drive around on Facebook screaming "Ayve" at the little children, apparently trying to imitate and mock them. I don't think he realizes it's like the same as saying peekaboo. I've seen posts depicting Jackson residents using filters to make their face show exaggeratedly large noses while lighting up Stars of David in their backyard on fire. You can check it out. And 2 weeks ago, I sat right here, back there, next to a young man who made vomiting sounds in my ear every time my community was mentioned. My neighbor was told in front of his wife and children that if only they had the ovens today when they were doing what they needed to do years ago, according to them, the job would have been a lot faster. Yes, Jackson, these are your residents too. I've been yelled at when I cross the street. I've been treated really badly. And so have many of my friends and neighbors. I also attended Jackson Day, and I give credit to everyone who was involved with that. It was an absolutely beautiful event. I met some of the loveliest women from the local church theater company, and I've had residents, even here tonight, hold doors for me and greet me very warmly. I've met wonderful people in this town who don't look like me, live like me, or pray like me, and it would be just as unfair for me to take the ugliest examples I've encountered and to decide that they represent all of Jackson, because they don't. Some voices are simply louder than others. I keep seeing the words on t-shirts, "Fight for Jackson." And every time I see them, I wonder, fighting whom? Are we fighting over development, traffic, zoning, infrastructure, quality of life? Because those are conversations we can definitely have. Or are we fighting people? Are we fighting Jews? Are we fighting the Orthodox community simply because they're here? Because there are plenty of issues we don't have to fight each other on. In fact, you might be surprised how much we agree on many of them. As an Orthodox resident, I can tell you that I and many of my friends don't want overdevelopment either. We moved to Jackson for a reason. We don't want 20 cars lined up on residential streets. We love the open, clean, manicured spaces that made Jackson beautiful in the first place. We understand that moving into a community means treating that community and its residents and their legacy and their heritage with respect. And we don't believe that any group, including our own, should behave as though they are better than anyone else or above the law. That is not an Orthodox value, and it certainly is not an American one. At the last meeting, a young woman spoke about the legacy of her middle school and what losing that meant to her. I listened to her and I thought it was heartbreaking. I can understand why watching the town you grew up in change can feel like losing something. And when a school can no longer operate because of student population, or there's a decline in the residents and they're moving elsewhere, it's devastating, but I don't know that it's also fair to place that loss, not that she did, but some people do, at the feet of people moving in. It can be sad without someone being to blame. No one forces anybody to sell their homes or their businesses. And at the same time, those of us who are newer to Jackson need to understand something too. There are families here who have lived in Jackson for generations. They have memories here, they have traditions here, and they remember a town that looked and felt very different. Watching that change rapidly can be difficult, and acknowledging that doesn't make someone anti-Semitic. But change also does not give permission to anyone to dehumanize the people who are now their neighbors. That is where I believe we have to meet in the middle. You don't have to dress like me, you don't have to worship like me, and you don't have to agree with me on every zoning application or development project. You don't even have to like every change happening in Jackson, but we do have to recognize each other as neighbors. The beauty of this country is that people of different religions, ethnicities, and backgrounds can live alongside one another. Jackson is changing, and we aren't going to undo that. So instead of asking how we fight for Jackson, maybe we should start asking a different question. How do we build Jackson that still feels like a home to the people who have been here for generations and also feels like home to the families raising their children here now? Because neither community is going anywhere. And I would much rather figure out how to live together than teach our children how to hate each other. Thank you.
I'm going to have to respond to that. And you bring up a slogan that was created by me and use it to, in a negative fashion. I don't appreciate it. I do appreciate the message. I think it was a great message. And if you listen to me today, last meeting, and in many instances, we agree on many of the same things. And Fight for Jackson is about fighting for our community. And that's for every single person who lives here, regardless of where you come from, your religion, your ethnicity. It's about fighting against overdevelopment. It's about fighting for fairness. It's about fighting against a government that doesn't feel accountable. It's about fighting for fiscal responsibility. So, she walked away real fast because I guess she didn't want to hear what I had to say. I was very happy. No, it's not even, I don't even want it to be negative. I'm tired of the negative because she had a very good message and we should be getting along. And you see it from so many people tonight. It's great. And we should find more common ground. And to be honest, I'm getting along better with our council as well. And we're trying to get stuff done. And I think we're taking a lot of positive steps. Sometimes you got to go through those growing pains. And part of that process was maybe me getting elected because a lot of people have been frustrated and haven't felt right. And I've kind of vocalized it. And we're seeing positive changes because of it. I feel like if this wasn't vocalized, if there were not these issues and that tension, it would have got a lot worse. And instead of a guy like me who cares, you might get somebody worse. So I'm happy that we are making these changes, that we are having these conversations finally. Because if this would have kept getting ignored, it'd be a hell of a lot worse. I think we're making positive differences. I'm appreciative for every person who spoke, even if you disagree. People say nasty things about me all the time. Where's your Klan hood, calling me a Nazi? Those are real. I don't care. It's online stuff. It doesn't bother me because I know who I am. And I know what I'm trying to do. And it's just trying to make my community better. I wish you would have stood. I would have loved to have a conversation. And I'm happy to talk to anybody here. And I'm really thankful for everybody, regardless if we agree or not. And hopefully we can have these conversations and just make things better. That's what everybody here wants. I don't know, I'm getting emotional now because I feel it and I think we all feel it. And I'm just, thank you everybody for coming and speaking.
George, Jorge, Rica, Monmouth County. The Pledge of Allegiance veteran, served overseas, a lot of not nice places, including the Middle East.
Do you mind speaking to the mic? I just couldn't hear you.
Sure, okay. Veterans served overseas, a number of different continents. I wish there were more veterans active. The bottom line is, if you look at the Pledge of Allegiance, the flag of the United States of America. One nation. It's so incredibly powerful, and it ends. Liberty and justice for all. Not there is no except for those that. I'll address a couple things about people that speak differently. It's about outcomes. Only outcomes matter. That's what people look at. That's how they measure you. Military, business, citizens, politics, schools, parents, right? Everyone's a parent. You look at outcomes, whether your neighborhood is safe. And that comes down to school budgets, public school budgets. A lot of people grew up in places where they didn't have a lot of money. Public school was a benefit. I was one of them. I barely could go to school. I could barely go to college. I had everything. I could barely play sports because my family didn't have money. So the coaches would call, and I couldn't play every time football or soccer went out of town. I made up a bunch of stories. Pledge of Allegiance began with Captain Balch, Union Army officer after the Civil War. Why? Because distribution of economic resources, social issues tore a nation apart. Someone referred to a horrific story about losing family members. There are also 50 million Russians, 10 million Ukrainians who were starved to death on purpose from 1930 to 1932. The world is filled with examples. Today, Nigerian Christians are slaughtered. Muslims are slaughtered all over the Middle East and have been for decades. People of Jewish background that were slaughtered on that October day, 2023. Get heated? It is personal. People should get personal. When the U.S. Constitution was created in the Bill of Rights, 1770s, here in Philadelphia, it was heated. But do it with class. Don't make it personal. Get heated. Don't make it personal. Government? I've seen all kinds of government. Democracy dies in the shadows of bureaucracy. True power isn't in the public committee. That's the show. They try to do good, but there's always people that are involved with PACs, money behind the scenes. They speak without addressing the core issue and use psychological terms like redirection, kicking the can, blaming the state and the Fed. There's multiple groups, right? Public school parents, you should be outraged. That young woman who spoke, we should apologize to her and all the kids and all the parents. Why? You talk about equity. Someone, the mayor, spoke about fairness. I'd love for you to show me fairness in a number of communities where everything, their programs are cut, their classes are cut, their budgets are cut. Some of those people can only go to sports when they go to school because the families have no money. Outrageous. This complete displacement of public school resources. And there's a pattern. And that should be addressed. They involve things like busing, special needs, where money moves. So any behavior that causes material pain to a community should be evaluated, investigated, and addressed. So, I mean, the mayor, I don't know how many times you referenced, I don't know if it's anti-Semitic, it's Jewish or Orthodox. Listen, it's not about religion. Every time you meet someone, are you going to say, well, that person's Serbian, this person's Christian, that person's Muslim? It doesn't matter. This is the most multicultural state in the United States of America. And I can tell you, overseas deployed, I consider it outrageous. Because a person is a person. A mother is a mother. Exactly what that young woman said before. They're all people. And when you displace their economics and you affect their kids, it's going to get hotter. Be good. Be decent. The last thing I would say is the committee, I would recommend you should look at outcomes. So if you have LLCs that own private residences, there should be a look at taxes, taxing, licensing, and permitting. We have owners that don't pay property taxes, no matter if it's parsonage, RLUIPA. You should look at that because that destroys the public resources and that creates the fire. This is the most understanding. I was so happy to come back to this country. And what I see, and you can take a look at the 5 other communities that I've seen this happen to, where there is no voice because there is no multicultural. It's Lakewood, it's Muncie, it's Ramapo, it's Borough Park. Look at the society, come together, but you got to deal with the financial mechanics. The rest is just politicians talking. Everyone wants to care. If you go to any community, they care about their people. I served with everyone. We judge no one. People are people. Don't refer. People are people. You don't refer to ethnicity. You don't call them what they are. They're just people and parents who care.
Jim Salakia. I am on the zoning board, but I am here as a citizen. And you're probably all wondering, the 2026 budget process is over. So what's Jim going to talk about? Well, let's find out. Council President, members of council, mayor, and residents of Jackson. Tonight, I want to address something that has been ignored for far too long in this township. The absolute necessity of discipline, planning, and strict budget compliance. Jackson Township is growing rapidly, and the consequences of poor planning are no longer theoretical. They are visible, they are costly, and the residents are paying for them every single day. Planning is not optional, it is the minimum standard of responsible government. Municipal planning is not a courtesy, it's not a suggestion. It is a legal, financial, and ethical obligation. When planning is weak, inconsistent, or treated as an afterthought, residents feel the impact immediately. Tell me if any of these sound familiar. Roads that are overburdened, drainage systems that fail after every storm, energy services stretched to their emergency services stretched to their limits, schools and public facilities forced to react instead of prepare. These failures do not happen by accident. They happen when leadership chooses convenience over planning, speed over strategy, and short-term optics over long-term responsibility. I want to speak directly and personally. I spend a significant amount of time reviewing our budget process and ensuring it aligns with state requirements because someone has to. The local finance board's rules are not guidelines. They are safeguards designed to prevent exactly the kind of reactive, last-minute, opaque decision-making that has plagued Jackson for years. These rules exist to force municipalities to think ahead, require transparency and timely disclosure, prevent selective release of information, and ensure spending decisions are tied to long-term needs, not political convenience. When statutory steps are ignored, delayed, or minimized, residents lose their right to understand how their money is being spent. Accountability collapses. Planning becomes improvisation, and taxpayers end up footing the bill for mistakes that could have been prevented. I track these issues because if we do not follow the law, we cannot claim to be planning for the future. It is that simple. One of the most abused and misunderstood components of the municipal budget is the 6-year capital budget and capital program. This is not a formality. It is not a worksheet to be filled out only when convenient for the governing body or administration. A real capital plan is a commitment, a public declaration of what this township intends to build, repair, and invest over the next 6 years. It matters because infrastructure projects take years, not months. Bonding decisions must be tied to documented long-term planning. Residents deserve transparency about future financial obligations. Departments cannot operate in silos, and surprise projects are a sign of poor planning and weak oversight. A capital plan that changes only when politically convenient is not a plan, it is a placeholder. And placeholders do not protect taxpayers. Jackson is at a crossroads. Growth is accelerating, infrastructure is aging. Residents are demanding transparency, and yet too often planning is treated as optional, something to be done later, or only when required, or only when politically advantageous. That approach is not leadership, it is avoidance. A municipality that plans well serves its residents well. A municipality that refuses to plan forces its residents to pay for the consequences. Planning is not paperwork. Budget compliance is not red tape. And a 6-year capital plan is not optional. These are the tools that protect residents, stabilize finances, and prevent costly mistakes. I invest my time in monitoring these processes because residents deserve a government that respects the laws, respect their tax dollars, and respect the long-term impact of every decision it makes. And let me be absolutely clear. Every candidate running for office this year, regardless of party, background, or platform, must explain how they will incorporate planning into their leadership. Not vague promises, not slogans, not generalities, specifics. Residents deserve to hear, how will you ensure the budget process follows state requirements? How will you use the 6-year capital plan as a real planning tool, not a convenience? How will you coordinate departments instead of letting them operate in isolation? How will you anticipate growth instead of reacting to crises? How will you guarantee transparency and resident involvement in long-term decisions? If someone wants to lead this township, they must be able to explain plainly and publicly how they will plan for Jackson's future, not just how they will respond to its problems. Planning is leadership. Planning is accountability. Planning is respect for the people who live here. Thank you.
Deb Jones. I am actually reading this on behalf of Jim Selecchia because he always goes over his time. But I am not speaking as a zoning board. He's not speaking as a zoning board representative. So, good evening. I want to address an issue that goes to the heart of how the township is supposed to function. The fact that many of Jackson's boards and committees, bodies that are formally established in our township code, are not meeting, not conducting business, and not fulfilling the responsibilities assigned to them under the law. When the governing body creates a board or committee by ordinance, that is not a symbolic gesture. It is a legal act. It means the township has determined that this group's work is essential, whether it's budget oversight, environmental review, cultural programming, land use guidance, or any other area where residents and subject matter experts are meant to have a voice. But if those boards never meet, then the structure of government that our ordinances lay out simply isn't functioning. When committees sit dormant, several things happen. First, required oversight disappears. These boards exist because certain issues need ongoing attention. If they don't meet, that oversight never occurs. Reports aren't written, recommendations aren't made, and problems aren't identified until it becomes a crisis. Second, public participation is lost. Committees are one of the few formal avenues where residents can directly engage with township decision-making. If meetings never happen, residents are effectively shut out of the process. We talk a lot about transparency and community involvement, but those words mean nothing if the very bodies designed for public input never convene. Third, the council loses the advisory input it created these committees to provide. Ordinances establish boards because the governing body needs specialized feedback. Without meetings, the council receives no analysis, no guidance, and no committee or community-driven perspective. That weakens policy decisions and leaves major issues unexamined. Fourth, the town falls out of compliance with its own laws. If a board is listed in the township code, then it must meet. It must conduct business. It must fulfill the purpose for which it was created. Failing to meet is not just an administrative oversight, it's a failure to comply with the ordinances that govern us. And finally, public trust erodes. Residents expect that when the township creates a board, it will actually function. When committees sit inactive for months or years, it sends a message that the structure of government is not being taken seriously. So tonight I'm asking, well, Jim's asking, for something simple and entirely reasonable, a full review of every board and committee established under ordinance, a public accounting of which ones are inactive, and a plan to bring each of them back into compliance. If we want transparency, if we want accountability, if we want residents to feel included in their own government, then the committees listed in our ordinances must meet, must do the work they were created to do. So I have to tell you, I agree with every single word he wrote. We have the committees and they're not meeting a lot of them. So it would be great if you guys did something with that. And then on another side for myself, not Jim, when I looked at a lot of the agendas, there's a lot of confidential employees listed. I wasn't quite sure why. When I looked into it, it seems that that's to kind of go around the civil service route. I would just like some information from you guys. What are the pros of going around that, and what are the cons? Because I don't understand why we have to have confidential employees. Is it that they don't have to go on a civil service list, so they just get bumped into their positions? I would just like some clarification on that. And on another note, I just want to say that I was also at Jackson Day. I am a people watcher by nature, and I watched a lot of people from all walks of life going up to both sets of tables. I didn't see the third table, didn't really go over to them, but I hope that everyone who is running takes that Jackson residents from every walk of life are thirsty for Jackson to change for the better.
Good evening. My name is Aaron. I live in the Fleer neighborhood in Jackson. I moved there a few years ago because I wanted a better life for my children, somewhere with grass, safe places to play that wasn't overdeveloped and noisy. Jackson looked like the dream, a beautiful, peaceful suburban community. In a lot of ways, Jackson has lived up to that. On Sunday at Jackson Day, it was nice to see how the whole town came out together. Everyone had a great time. I thank the mayor, the council, and everybody involved in it. I also want to thank the mayor for the Rental Housing Inspection Bureau and for expanding the recycling program. I want to say an extra thank you to the administration for approving the upgrades to our neighborhood park in the Fleer Ridge Park. These are kinds of investments that help every family here, regardless of their background. On that note, one of the Fight for Jackson Facebook pages, the comments to this upgraded park were really terrible. I'm not going to read them, but they were classic anti-Semitic tropes. And I think Councilman Pollock tonight did the right thing by calling it out. I think that the leaders of the, you can get applause for that. I think the leaders of the Fight for Jackson pages, Chris, Elliot, and Amanda, you should keep calling it out. It's not something we want in this town. At the end of the day, everyone in this town wants the same thing. We want safe children, a town that isn't overdeveloped, neighbors that look out for one another. We disagree about many things. It's normal, it's healthy. If we could just set the hate aside and talk to each other like human beings, I think we'll find we're not nearly as far apart as social media makes it seem. Our kids are watching. Let's not teach them to hate. Thank you.
This evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Steve. I am a 25-year on and off and current Jackson resident, as well as a local business owner. Forgive me if I seem a little unorganized. Public speaking is not my forte. but I'll get into what is. I stand here with two issues today. One issue is mine, one issue is yours. First, I'll get into my issue. I'm a firsthand victim of this overdevelopment.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. First hand, the victim of.
This overdevelopment. I own a property near County Line Road, near one of the current development projects that is currently in development and has residents currently moving in. The effect is they knocked down a ton of woods. Got a bunch of wildlife that now have nowhere to go. So now I have new tenants. And I got about 2 acres of lawn that I used to take a lot of pride in that now looks like a mole tunnel. Completely destroyed my lawn. Since the thaw of winter, I've caught 19 moles, and they're not letting up. They multiply at a ridiculous rate, and they just dig and dig and dig. They're looking for grubs. I can treat for grubs, but it's going to kill my grass in the process. So doing nothing, I end up with a muddy backyard, or I could spend $40,000, $50,000 and dig it all out, eradicate them, and then start from scratch. That's the cost of doing nothing, but that's my problem. Your problem. I'm glad you came back out because I wanted you to be here when I quoted what you said at the last meeting. You had mentioned that the roof on this building needed to be replaced, and that it was going to cost $1 million. Who on earth bid $1 million to replace a roof that doesn't need to be replaced? This is a metal roof. Metal roofs don't get replaced. You paid 400% more than average for that roof. Somebody paid it. Taxpayers paid it when they renovated this building. They could have put an asphalt roof on for a fraction of the cost. They decided to spend 400% more on the metal roof, which is forever. So who's getting rich, who's getting kickback, or who's getting ripped off? Because this roof does not need to be replaced. And that's my forte. I'm an exterior contractor. Just sitting here, I put together just a shooting from the hip bid for about $375,000 less than that $1 million bid, just for the roof that doesn't need to be replaced. And that's all. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jackson. Yakov Shane, Jackson, New Jersey. When I first came to the meeting, I came last
If
week.
you don't mind speaking to the mic better.
Better?
Just make sure the YouTube catches it. That's it.
How's that? All right.
So far better.
Okay. When I first got here last week and this week, 2 weeks ago and tonight, I looked around and I said, how come there's not so much representation from my community and in general, the whole Jackson is not, I mean, Jackson is thousands, way, way more residents. I think after tonight, I think we all know, I don't know how you guys do it every single other week for hours and hours. I'm going out of my mind already. So if you don't see me here again, it's nothing personal. I appreciate everything you guys do, but I got a million texts from my wife to come home. And, but I did feel it's important to come out and express our appreciation, like many others have said before. I do appreciate that our elected officials are taking a very strong stand in changing the tone in politics and changing the tone in general. Personally, I do see it a lot. I do see a lot, and Chris, I appreciate it, and everybody else on the council, I really appreciate that. And I think that that's it's very important. I think that we really should make politics much more enjoyable. I do appreciate politics. I enjoy talking, and the guys in my synagogue know a lot of guys come over to me, ask me about this or about that. And a lot of times people say to me, hey, why don't you run for office? Why don't you, And I would never ever do it in a million years because as I see what goes on, what happens to our elected officials, I don't wish that upon anybody. And I just would never do it simply because, and I think it's really a shame because I'm sure there are a lot of people here that do have a lot to offer to the community, to Jackson. And I think it's unbelievable that you guys do it. But I think that we should be encouraging more people, like a few people were saying, to have the younger people. I mean, the speakers tonight were, a few few of the girls that spoke this week, and they're so articulate and they have good points, but I can't see how anybody young would want to get involved in wars like this. I mean, I don't know, you know? But I think we do have a hope to change it, and I do see that change, that if we lower the rhetoric and from both sides of the aisle, from every community, if we just lower the rhetoric a little bit and not be so personal. You want to disagree, that's what the democracy is. You can agree with me, I can disagree with you. Ultimately, we can vote for whoever we think will make the best town for ourselves, for each other. But let's try to leave the personal fights out of it and the personal name calling and everything like that out of it. On that note, I do think that we are seeing a lot of building positive things in Jackson, and I want to give a lot of credit to this administration for all the parks and recreation work that the township is doing, that the administration is doing on our behalfs. The park in my neighborhood was developed, and I actually called a councilman over here and I said, you know, how come this isn't going on in other neighborhoods? Are other neighborhoods also getting it? And he said, anybody who calls. He says, anybody who calls, we're very happy to work on their neighborhoods, on their parks. And I'm a very big proponent of it. I'm always, I've been pushing in my neighborhood to get the swings fixed, to get the parks fixed, to get the fields fixed. I was last night in Johnson Park at 10 o'clock at night, playing pickleball with my son, and I wish I was there now. Every single court was taken up. Every single court people were playing at 10 o'clock at night. The second those lights went off, it was pitch dark and everybody's bumping into each other, trying to collect their balls. But I think that we should have more, the reason why my point is that I want to encourage the administration to use any resources possible. I know that there's a lot of legislation. There are ordinances about using, what's it called?
Open space.
Open space funds. And I understand that some people think this way, some people that way, but you know what? I'm a citizen and a resident, and I want us to be able to use any available, obviously within reason, with responsibility, but any resources that are available to enhance our parks, enhance our sports fields. I would very much appreciate that, and I applaud those efforts. And with that, I would like to thank you guys all very much for sitting here every other week. Again, you might not see me so much, but we appreciate every single minute that you guys all work on our behalf. Thank you very much.
My name is Patrick. I've been a resident of Jackson for 10 years. Good evening, council members, my neighbors, my friends. Thank you for allowing me this time tonight. I'm grateful to see so many of you here to discuss the future of our beloved Jackson Township. Over the years, each of us has worked diligently to shape this community into what it is today, and naturally, we all want to preserve the qualities that make our home special. These town council meetings have gotten more and more interesting over the last few months. These meetings are normally uneventful, full of bureaucratic numbers, ordinances, spreadsheets, zoning variances, and budget line items. And to most folks out here, those things can make us feel far away from who we really are. And they can make us feel like just another number on a spreadsheet. But if we pull back the veil of these meetings for a moment, if we look past the columns of figures and the lines drawn on maps, what we find is not just an accounting problem. We find a question about our community's soul, a question about the promises we made to each other when we decided this town was our home. And frankly, looking at where we are tonight, that promise feels strange. It feels fragile. So let's talk first about stewardship. Let's talk about money. When I see double-digit % increases in my property taxes, I get worried, I get concerned, and sometimes I get angry. To receive an estimated tax bill with a letter from our mayor seemingly begging for support in an upcoming election, this is embarrassing. In corporate America, people get fired when budgets aren't delivered on time. Clearly, this government needs to tighten its belt and get its action in order. We see spending that doesn't track with genuine community need. When we dig into those lines, what we are seeing are patterns of influence. Are these funds being allocated because they serve the public good, Or are they being routed through relationships? Relationships that seem to carry a higher cost than their public value. This isn't just bad arithmetic. It's a quiet form of corruption. It's when conflicts of interest, veiled in layers of bureaucratic paperwork and lobbying money, begin to dictate policy instead of common sense. And as a town council, you cannot afford to let the pursuit of private profit blind you from your collective duty as stewards of this town. But corruption isn't just another financial transaction. It's an ethical failure, and it's visible in the very landscape of our neighborhoods. We are talking about development that seems insatiable, a constant push to pave over open space, converting natural beauty and breathing room into another density box for profit. And when zoning oversight becomes weak or porous, when regulations designed to protect the character of our home is ignored simply because a developer can afford enough political pressure, we don't just lose acreage, we lose the unique soul of what makes this place special. And then there's a deeper injustice, the failure of fairness itself. I speak tonight about selective prosecution, when certain rules seem to be rigorously applied against one neighbor, but bent or completely ignored when they fall upon another. That isn't law enforcement. That is an arbitrary power system designed not for justice, but for control. We cannot allow fear and economic panic, the predatory tactics of blockbusting agents who try to destabilize our community by suggesting your very roots are what makes you vulnerable commodities, to undermine the simple fundamental truth that every citizen here deserves equal protection under this town's law. We must hold all power accountable, be it governmental, financial, or regulatory, with one set of hands and one set of principles. And we are asked to navigate this labyrinth using an overwhelming bureaucracy, a system so complex with so many forms and procedures that its primary function seems not to be resolving problems, but misdirecting the public. To exhaust our energy on paperwork until we forget what we were even fighting for in the first place. Friends, the message I want you to take home tonight is simple. This level, a systemic failure, requires more than just an audit. It requires a change in who holds the reins, a return to transparency, a commitment to justice that recognizes no difference in class or circumstance, and a respect for the integrity of our open spaces and our local law. This November 3rd, we have an election that will determine the future of our town. So if you've seen nothing, if the failures of this government remain unknown to you, I would suggest you let this November 3rd to pass unmarked. But if you see what I see, if you feel what I feel, and you would seek as I seek, then I would ask you to stand beside me 10 weeks from tonight at your local polling station to support Chris Pollock and the Fight for Jackson candidates. And together we will give this town and the rest of a struggling Ocean County a November 3rd that will never, ever be forgotten. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sandra Wambachano on behalf of We Strive for a Place to Ride. I stand before you today because our community is at a danger crossroad. In December of last year, I began auditing the local government, pulling back the curtain on what happened behind closed doors. Since day one, constituents have been coming to me and with the exact same complaints. Taxes are skyrocketing, and our leadership simply does not care about the financial wreckage they leave behind. For years, I have been out here telling you, the constituents, exactly how we fight back. I have been telling every single one of you to record your government, to pull out your phones and film to every single interaction. Why are you leaving, Ms. Kuhn? This is for you. Why are you leaving? All right, anyway. Arm yourselves with cameras. We need those cameras rolling so the truth can never be hidden. So to the people's voices can never be silenced. And so the corruption in Jackson Township is dragged directly into the sunlight. Let's make one thing perfectly clear. When I tell you to arm yourselves with cameras, I'm talking about the people holding the lenses to watch the government. I am not talking about their flock surveillance grids quietly logging our data at every intersection. We do not need a mass surveillance system tracking peaceful citizens. If they want to use cameras, those cameras should be fixed squarely on the city hall and the officials running it. Whether we are fighting for transparency or demanding a community where we can live freely, we're fighting for our soul of our town. We deserve leaders who respect the law, honor our veterans, and protect the taxpayers. Instead of greeting the community and getting to work for us, our intern mayor is out campaigning on our dollar. And look at the absolute abuse of power that just happened right in front of our eyes. A disabled Marine veteran, a man who sacrificed his health to defend our United States Constitution, walked up to her at a public event. He asked a simple legal question about public records. And how did power respond? The mayor weaponized the police. She didn't just dodge the question. She grabbed the taxpayer fund municipal radio, bypassed the event security, and ordered an on-duty law enforcement to dispatch to her location. She used public safety resource to make false allegations, claiming she felt threatened just to shut down a peaceful citizen. Let's be clear about the law. You cannot use, you cannot use an on-duty law enforcement as your personal political muscle. You cannot use state resources to shield yourself from the voters while you campaign. But she treated our police department like her personal security squad, and the chief of police allowed it to happen. This isn't politics anymore. This is mafia. When an administration uses the badge of the uniform to strong-arm peaceful citizens, silence critics and protects their own racket, they are acting like a cartel, running a protection scheme on our dollar. When leadership uses government property and the badge as a political weapon against the public, that is unconstitutional. This is a direct violation of the First Amendment, and when our own government turns our police department against peaceful citizens, that is a war on the people, okay? I hope you guys understand this. Okay. I'm sorry I'm getting emotional because I can't believe I saw this and she lied. All right, taxpayers are treating City Hall like a personal legal defense piggy bank. Look at the lawsuits piled up since 2022. We paid nearly $750,000 in state and federal settlements for discriminatory land laws. We just shelled out $2 million of your tax money to settle a bitter personal feud with a former police chief. Our insurance companies are actively refusing to cover the town's legal fees because of building inspectors' whistleblower scandals, forcing taxpayers to pay out of pocket for private defense lawyers while she uses our lawyer for her defense. We are facing massive retaliation lawsuits
Ma'am, I'm
from
gonna give you another 15
enforcement
seconds.
officer who dared to ticket the mayor $600 for operating under unregistered landlord. And we are facing federal civil lawsuits just for rejecting peaceful residents' public meetings when leadership ignores the law. The taxpayers pay the price. Every single settlement is a direct hit to your wallet. We are done waiting for them to play games with our rights and our money. Let me make this very clear to the administration. If you cancel the public meetings, if you try to hide from the people, we will host our own meeting right here on the steps of Town Hall. We will fire all of you who broke their oath, and put Pollock in there, demand a special election the next day, you cannot get different results from the same characters playing the same corrupt game. We will not be intimidated. We will not stand for our veterans. Protect our wallets, protect your constitutional rights, keep your cameras recording, and let's take our town back. Thank you, and keep fighting.
Eleanor Hannum, Jackson, New Jersey. I guess the mantra for me tonight is shady, because some of you are very shady. So I'll explain. What I find shady is this government. The fact that this government has conducted business and personal business where we have a council member, Mr. Bernstein, and a mayor who has their personal employees from their personal businesses also contracted to work for this town that my tax dollars are paying for. I find that a conflict of interest. I find it shady, the transparency or the lack thereof. The fact that Oprah requests are not fully provided, denied, extended, or the fact that when you ask for them, the nuances are not quite clear or they're overly broad. You know, something that has been done for many, many years, if not over 10. What I really find shady is the Open Space Trust Fund and how it's being used. I noticed in the bills that we paid, again, through the Open Space Trust Fund to mow the lawn. I've been addressing that for 2 years. That is not the intent of the Open Space Trust Fund. We're also using it for grant writing. We're paying $1 million a year to Seed & Company for interest in principal on some type of bonds. Who knows what they are? I'm sure if I do an Oprah request, that'll be denied. And the countless professionals that are bleeding dry our Open Space Trust Fund. But what I do want to address is what you said, Mr. Bernstein, when it comes to Rova Farms. What you said was untrue. I continue to go to those meetings. I sat there when, and you were not there, but Mayor Kuhn was, or Councilwoman at the time, and Ala was pleading, will this be started before I die? And then Marlene, because, you know, I don't want you to forget, I grew up on the lake. I was on the open space, I was on the Rova committee until Kuhn got in office, for the record. So she turned around and started berating and screaming at them in that meeting and said, it's not happening, get over it. She never had an intention to do anything with it. That's why 4 years later, there's nothing done with it. But we just paid $115,000 to Morgan Engineering this year for actually nothing. We have paid for 7 wetlands delineations. None of them have been done. Don't shake your head. I have the records. We have numerous feasibility studies. We are pushing almost $1 million spent on this project. Nothing's done. It's a joke. But we got a pop-up park in the Brookwoods that no one on this dais, I never saw a resolution, I never saw an ordinance to create another park. It is not in our master plan. How did that happen, Morty? I find it shady, the games that are played up here. The flavor of the month. I find it interesting. The tax liens. You know, that was the flavor of the month. Doge was the flavor of the month. And nothing. It's all talking points and you do nothing. It's all a lie. I find it extremely shady, the enforcement. The fact that I came here not knowing I was parking in front of your house to get on video because I was told to video the parade of minivans going to the camp across the street from your house, and your children just happened to walk in front of my camera. Then you're going around calling me creepy? Are you kidding me? That is disgusting and appalling. You deflected from the truth, and then you tell code enforcement you're not allowed to address it. And then you tell the zoning officer you're not allowed to investigate, as it got moved 2 other times because your neighbor decided to videotape me and my grandchildren in the car. So when it comes to feeling threatened, because I know you made a comment about that, because I did make a comment to you, how's it feel to be followed? I have been threatened. I have been threatened by you, people connected to you, Kuhn. I've been escorted out of here by the police. I have had a car catch fire in the middle of the night, burn 2 cars on the eve of my daughter's wedding bridal shower in the middle of the night. Just so happens. I have a family member who happens to own a law firm. You know how this goes, Mr. McGuckin. How often does a law firm get audited by the state bar? Not very often. He knows, I don't know, people practicing over 40 years never gets audited. Every single time, 5 years is up, state's there. Interesting. I find it not, and it's not a coincidence. So if anybody's been threatened, I have been threatened. My family has been threatened, and I am still here today, and I'm not going away because you are dirty.
Thank you.
The mayor coming back, or she's gone for the night?
Her stuff is still here.
Oh, I'm good. Okay. What? Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Mori, and members of council. My name is Isaac Bernack. I am the chief of the volunteer ambulance here in Jackson called Atzalas Nefashos. I'm sure everyone heard about it the last couple of weeks. Mori had a good chance to speak about it a lot. The mayor had a good chance to speak about it a lot. At the last meeting, Mori, you said that you're afraid of your life. I would like you please to explain to us or to me why you said that statement. Did anyone from our team threaten you? Did any one of our members, our volunteers out there saving lives threaten you? If so, tell us what happened. If not, then why publicly create impression that our volunteers are somehow a threat to you? The people that live in Jackson Township get out of bed in the middle of the night to save people's lives. You also question whether our volunteers are properly trained. How do you know that they weren't properly trained when you said that statement? You ever met us? Have you ever reviewed our training, seen our certification, asked us for our protocols, or spoken to our medical team or medical leadership? If not, then what basis do you publicly question our qualifications? You will come see for yourself all our qualifications. Meet our volunteers, review our training, see our certifications and equipment, understand how we operate. We have nothing to hide. The same goes for the claim that our applications were basically from Lakewood and Brooklyn residents. I am a chief of Atzalas Nefashos, and I live in Jackson. We have Jackson members, yes. Some of our volunteers live outside Jackson, but they are volunteering their time to serve for Jackson residents. There was also an incident involving a vehicle allegedly using emergency lights improperly. That vehicle was not our vehicle. So before associating an incident with Atzalas Nefashos, identify the vehicle and driver, and let's deal with facts, not assumptions. And I assume, Modi, you got the video from last week. I was going to email you the video. Last week, the guy said he's going to email you the video to investigate about a car going through traffic. You said the story, is that right? Oh, you're running.
I'm listening to
okay,
you.
Okay. So I would like to get the video as well. And if not, if the person could please get a hold of me and send me the video so I can identify which agency it was. Definitely wasn't us. And finally, calling us a copycat ambulance is simply unnecessary. We are here not to fight with anyone. We are not trying to take anyone away from anybody. We are volunteers trying to serve our neighbors that call us. In fact, we stand here right here tonight. We have volunteers on the way back from Boston, Massachusetts, transporting premature twin babies in incubators to a local hospital here after their mother delivered unexpectedly early while on vacation. That is what our leadership does. That's what our members do. And I don't think any ambulance here in Jackson would go pick up anyone for free of charge from Boston, Massachusetts, or anywhere around here. Our volunteers are here to help on a day-to-day basis. They're giving up their life, their family time, traveling hundreds of miles to go take care of patients. So if there are concerns about us, come meet us, ask us questions, review the facts, judge us by our actual training and qualifications, not by assumptions, label, information of people who may have their own interests. Mr. President, our door is opened. Don't publicly judge us before taking time to know us. I mean, maybe Lakewood told you some stuff, but okay. We are here to serve Jackson, and we will continue to serve Jackson. And we deserve to be judged by what we do. And I'll say it again, and everyone should know, there's not one ambulance service here in Lakewood, including Hatzalah, including every organization that will take a patient from Jackson or anywhere in this area to a Cornell hospital if they have to go for special treatments, which they cannot go in a car or anywhere. There is no ambulance besides our ambulance. And Modi, you know it, and everyone over here, whoever needs to know it, knows it. And we don't discriminate against anyone who needs, calls us. It's a free service. We do not look at if you need to go to the hospital, to Cornell or to Sloan Catering, any hospital.
Sorry, it wasn't in the budget. Isaac, I did not program it to go off.
We'll find out later. Open investigation. Anyways, there's not one ambulance company, and you guys, three.
Okay, now the conspiracy is going to start.
Who's in the background doing something? I don't know.
Let's give them all three.
Again, there's not one ambulance company here in Ocean County that will take a patient from this area to a different area for any procedure done. If it's CHOP Hospital, or it's Manhattan for Special Hospital, or it's Boston, or it's Yale University in Connecticut. There's not one ambulance company that will do it, including your best friend Hatzalah, yes, including them. They will never do a full transport. They will maybe get involved 4 different ambulances to catch each other on the way, if they do it. They don't even do it, but if they do it. So respect the people that serve your people, and do not badmouth anyone that helps other people. What you did last week, 2 weeks ago, was improper, and I reserve an apology in public for this.
Before the last 2 speakers get up, and anyone else have anything? I just see Mr. Tremor. Anyone else? Okay. Councilman?
Yeah, I still don't get this weird competition between volunteers who save people's lives. You know, as long as everybody's following the rules, are certified properly, like, I think we're blessed to have people who volunteer their time, their effort to go save people's lives. So I don't quite get it. I don't know why it ties into politics and weird power structures. And I think we should be supporting, people who are volunteers, who are saving lives and helping people. They should, of course, follow the rules. They should be certified properly. Let's hope everybody can kind of get this stuff together and there's no more weird competition. All the volunteers could work with our EMS and our township to just save people's lives. And I appreciate every volunteer who helps out.
Go on next.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jason Howell. I'm with Pinelands Alliance. First off, I want to thank you. I think it was a very wise move to pass the data center prohibition, like many other towns are. I also want to suggest that Jackson Township, because of recent intensive development, has a chance to save a lot of forested land. I have somewhat of a unique perspective on the Pinelands National Reserve, which we are in. If you look east at Lakewood, for example, 100 years ago, that was mostly a forest. Today, it is almost completely developed. There are very few forested lands left. And that has an impact. You may have noticed we've been in some severe drought. Even though we've gotten some rain, we're still technically in a drought. The viability of communities in New Jersey, and I talk to people who know about these things, the future is truly at risk for many of our communities in terms of drinking water. It's an enormous issue and people don't quite realize it. What we have here is an unconfined aquifer, and the more that people pull out of it, the more forest that is paved over, the less recharge is going into that aquifer. So it's really quite a critical issue. So between us here, right here, and Lakehurst and the border of Manchester is a substantial forest. I'm calling it the Ridgeway Forest because it's an old historic name. And I would suggest that you consider the Ridgeway Forest as a target for your open space trust fund and for nominations to the Ocean County Natural Lands Trust. This will help preserve your township for generations to come. I think it would be a wise move, and I heard a lot of support in the township tonight for preserving the forests that we still have and that we all benefit from. Thank you.
I'll agree with everybody. Thank you for the,
Name?
sorry, Raymond Treamer, Zoning Board, Fire Commissioner, but I'm here speaking my mind. Passing the referendum, I think it's a great thing. Once you get the wording straightened out, I think it'll protect us and make all the boards more comfortable dealing with it if it does come up. So thank you for that. Last meeting, you talked about how taxes were up, and it kind of sounded like you blamed the fire department. I know you didn't mean it that way, so I just want to explain a couple different things. Yes, there was a couple $1 million worth of referendums on there, and that was to purchase fire trucks. How long it takes to get a fire truck?
Over $1 million, right?
42 months, minimum. So it's not for a while, so that had no effect on anything. So I want people to realize that. Some of the budgets did go up, 1 cent, 2 cents. You know what 1 cent raises your taxes on a $500,000 house? Less than $50. I don't think there's anybody in this town that will complain that the taxes went up $100. What people also don't realize is, like, look at District 4. They have that nice ladder truck. Due to changes in the laws in Trenton and their wisdom, you have to replace that truck in 20 years. That truck I helped build, 2009, it was $700,000. Do you know what that truck costs today? $2 million. Bumpers, $1 million. It's crazy. But that's what they cost today. What people don't realize is we've also, because we're not running volunteers out of Whitesville anymore because there are nobody there to really respond. And that's all, it's got a lot to do with demographics and just people being available to do it. There's no incentive, and that's the way it is. Many years ago, I brought up the point that we need to be proactive, and it was ignored. And now we're under the gun. So with no volunteers, we've gone to 24-hour shifts. I believe District 4 is trudging along and doing their best they can to get that moving, which I commend them. But it's expensive. You're talking millions of dollars to have this. And people just need to realize that, you know, we're downsizing. We sold a ladder truck, got rid of a brush truck. Jackson Mills has a bunch of stuff that they're trying to eliminate to relieve the burden. So we did not raise taxes per se. If it was, it's $100, maybe $150, depending on what you have. But again, who's not going to want that? So I just wanted people to understand, we have more people, more calls, we have a different demographic, we're doing a lot more first aid, a lot of emergencies,
Carbon.
a lot more people putting security systems in the house. That alarm goes off, guess what? You know, now we also have crews running 24 hours a day, but it's a 3-man crew. Very dangerous for firefighters. And people are like, oh, we'll get a 4th man. In New York City, when you have a 4-man crew, that means there's 4 in the back, plus an officer to safeguard them, and the guy who drives them hooks up to the pumps or ladders the building. We're way behind. And unfortunately, I hope you can relay it down the road that, yes, it's going to go up and up and up and up because we're 15 years behind the 8 ball now due to different decisions made by different boards at different times. So, not pointing any fingers, just saying.
I'll clarify.
You need to be a little clear about that. Now, the zoning board being a political entity, I think that's very sad. Don't attack us with politics because people are running for election. Zoning board, planning board, any board, even your board. What we do as volunteers, what you guys do, is not appreciated by most people at times. It's not an easy thing to do. And I really hope that by me saying this, maybe people think a little bit more before they politicize different things like the zoning board. You know, we come up with good ideas on the zoning board, like that piece of land that owes millions of dollars in back taxes. You guys should have handled that years ago and taken that land. My opinion. You know, and now it's a political thing on Facebook. I looked at that, I'm like, are you kidding me? Now you're taking another idea that the zoning board threw out there because we're doing the best we can for people. And, you know, don't politicize the race, you know, for your gain and what we do.
Last but not least, I hope. My name is David Visconi. I live at 441 Whitesville Road, Jackson. I didn't intend to speak, but the topic of CDR Whitesville LLC came up. That's of particular interest to me because my property directly adjoins that abomination of a construction site. Now, I'd like to remind Mr. Bresci and Mr. McGuckin, because you two have been around the longest, okay? This mess started maybe 20 years ago or more. But many years ago, I don't know exactly when, and this is to what regarding the discussion here tonight. The Township Council berated, because I was at that meeting. They advised Ray Shea, who is no longer with us, and Ian Borden, who is president of PDS Engineering, who were both involved in this mess. Okay, and I call it a mess because over these many years, there's a persistent flooding problem. There was dust, mulch fires, illegal dumping. The owners should be very proud of what they created, okay? But my point I'm trying to make here is that many years ago, the council advised Shea and Mr. Borden that under no circumstances would they give the property owner any permission to do anything until they rectified the problems that the DEP and the Ocean County Office, Soil Conservation Office had with this site and the owners. Now, the last time I checked, the owners of this property own the DEP and Soil Conservation. I'm going to be conservative and say tens of thousands of dollars in fines and fees. Mr. McGuckin, when the council says that type of thing to a property owner and it's paid advisors. Is there any legality to that? I mean, are they, or is it just now, are they just being advised that these are the rules we expect you to follow, and if they don't, oh well, we missed it? Because over the course of these many years, people die, they move, records get lost, and they rely on time to fade memories, which is what happened here, I think. If I didn't still live there, right, I've been there 44 years, this wouldn't come up. Well, I'm here to bring it up and to remind the council that the property owners were told, straighten this mess out or you're not going to get what you want. Mr. Bressy, do you recall any of this or no?
I recall it from a different point because I wasn't on the council at that time, but I do recall it at the planning board and so forth. And you've been tolerating this problem for over 20 years. I'm well aware of it. At that point, I was off the committee and off the council, so I don't know what the council did at that point. The form of government changed in 2006, and I was not on the council. I went back on the planning board. So I'm not quite familiar with that part of it.
Duncan, does any of this ring a bell with you or no?
A little bit. The only issue that I have right now is that there's an agreement that the township is obligated to comply with. Your question about whether the township can legally do what they said they wanted to do, I'd have to look at all the facts. I mean, if they had not done something that was a condition of their approval, perhaps, or was it posturing? I don't know, because I don't remember any of that. I wasn't representing the township at the time. I was representing the planning board. So I would need to know a lot of those facts, and I'll be glad to talk to you about this because you've brought up stuff that I may not be familiar with. All I have are the documents that say they're entitled to be to this property, that they paid the taxes on it, and it's an agreement that the township was obligated to back in 2006.
Mr. McGuckin, that'd be a worthwhile discussion because the parts I do know about it, it's been a problem over 20 years.
What's the status now? I'm just not familiar with the property.
I have what to add. I just want to wait till Mr. Visconti's done with his comments during all my recap.
Well, as far as the status goes, it's still an abandoned construction site. The MUA built a substation there connected to this project. Over the course of time, some years back, the owner wanted to construct a contracting yard there. And for reasons unknown to me, that was never accomplished. So it's basically a dead site. They have many large construction vehicle, earth movers and such, rotting away in the back of the property. Off-road vehicles come in from the back side of it to enjoy to ride their off-road vehicles there. Speaking from experience, code enforcement cited the owners many times because illegal dumping was going on there. That is pretty much stopped now because they finally put up gates to restrict access from Whitesville Road.
No, I just don't want to.
And that covers it.
I have what to respond. I just want to wait till, anyone else? Okay, council? Mr. Visconti, you done? I'm going to respond to everything. I have something to add to you. I mean, I don't know if it will help you, but I have something to add. I'm just going to do it after we close the public comment. Yes, Mr. Burley.
Looking at Ocean County tax records, and even before the meeting, I looked these the block up, the lots number that are indicated in the ordinance. Where exactly is this located, Mr. Visconti? I know it's white. It says CDR Whitesville. Is it somewhere off of Whitesville, on Whitesville Road?
It's on Whitesville.
In that area.
Yes, I live at 441, and it's directly. Then there's 445, which is right next to me, and the access driveway is just to the right of 445.
Mr. Visconti, is this one of the sites that's included in the affordable housing plan?
I don't believe so.
I
don't
think,
think
it-
so, Maury.
I think because CDR Whitesville, my only concern, I was whispering to Mr. McGuckin, we're actually in litigation with that developer there on some of those parcels, so.
I want to say that I think it may have been rezoned by the master plan.
Right, so that's part of affordable, yeah, I know where it is. Yeah.
I don't know what that has to do with their violations, but if somebody was to check, I haven't checked in a number of years, but they owed both the DEP and soil conservation a lot of money.
We'll look into it.
What zone is this in? What is it zoned at? Is this
Mr. Burley, I think it's one of the AHs. It was a single family, R9 zoning on Whitesville Road.
It's not.
I think it was
an I zone.
rezoned in the master plan affordable housing plan.
But we're doing something from 20 years ago and it's now in the affordable.
That's
housing.
exactly what. That's why I don't wait till I don't want to interrupt him, but. Okay, anyone else?
Motion to close public forum.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Fine, so I just want to continue responding, and I'll try to be quick, because I think the donut store opens in about 3 hours. One of the residents brought up parks and recreation with open space. I think there's differences of opinion on how best to use open space. I personally am an advocate for using it for both. I do know, and I think I just want to thank Mr. Belinsky and administration for this, that last year, all grass cutting, it was a new vendor this year, all grass cutting came from the Affordable Housing Fund. This year, the only grass cutting, they started dividing it up, so at least we're not using as much. Like the municipal maintenance of the properties is no longer used from Affordable Housing Fund. That's used from, I guess, the general operating. And the parks, open space fund, I apologize. With regard to ROVA, I am going to disagree with what was said. I have shown up to, I think I missed one ROVA meeting in the past 18 months. There has been plenty of meetings. They have not been that well attended, but I've definitely shown up to every single one. With regard to tax liens that someone had brought up, it's my understanding especially, and again, I don't want to talk about an open zoning application, but it's my understanding that the mayor and administration have authorized our tax attorneys to file foreclosure proceedings against that property owner. Mr. McGuckin, anything you could add to that? I know you spoke to Mr.
I
Dasty.
spoke to the attorney who's handling the matter, and he anticipates the complaint being filed in the very near future. It's been on the tax list. There was a Supreme Court decision which changed the law with respect to tax foreclosures. As a result of that, there's a number of properties on that list that the township is taking action on.
With regard to, I think a resident mentioned about, the transportation of children. I know people don't like hearing this, and everyone's going to say I'm just passing the buck. The reality is there's a lot of state mandates that do exist when it comes to busing, when it comes to special ed. It's not a Jackson issue. This is a Ocean/Monmouth County issue. The state equations do not work for the changing demographics that exist. It's a reality. It's a reality that needs to be dealt with, and it's a reality we have to bring awareness to. Council Vice President has been a tremendous advocate. Mr. Tremor, I apologize to you, and I did talk to two of your colleagues yesterday by Jackson Day, making sure they understood. I was not at all blaming the fire department. The reality is taxes did go up this year across the board, and it was a breakdown. I'm a big supporter of the fire department. I think I went to most of when I first got in, I think you helped me. I went to most of the districts. We are supporting, obviously, consolidation, and you know how to get rid of me when the ball's moving a little slowly over there. We need more trucks, and I think really what it boils down to, I think it was District 2 that hired a PR firm this year, just to help explain it to the residents what they were voting on, and it worked. It passed. My concern is that we have to continue doing that PR for people to understand that you may have a small minor tax increase here, but where exactly it goes to the fire department. I think they came down, they did a presentation. I think the trucks have doubled or tripled in the past couple of years. And if you don't order it by a certain date, it's up another $150,000. So I think that's something we recognize. I know EMS has mentioned that to me when it came to some of the ambulances that they were looking into last year, that how they've doubled. So we definitely recognize that. With regard to Mr. Bernack, I will take you up on your offer, and I am more than happy any day next week. I will reach out to you and to come down and get a tour of your operations, have a better understanding before I comment further about anything with regard to your operations. So I look forward to getting hopefully a personal guided tour to better understand what you do. And kudos for transport. I hope I get the right word. Transporting that child and that young woman, twins, and I hope everyone turns out okay over there. And thank you for that. Anyone else from council have anything they want to add? Mr. Visconti, the one thing I just want to add and I would just, if you can talk to Mr. McGuckin before he leaves. My hesitation about what you just mentioned is not that it plays a major role, but it's my understanding CDR Whitesville is one of the challengers to the affordable housing plan, and they were not happy. They got, I think it was R9 style zoning, single family homes on about 1/4 of an acre. They wanted townhomes, and they're challenging it. And they had definitely represented to the courts that everything was up to par within their property. So any information that you have, if you can give to Mr. McGuckin, I think would be beneficial for the township's position on that. If you don't mind to catch Mr. McGuckin either today or to reach out after the meeting, we'll make that connection. Anything else from anyone on council? Council Vice President?
Motion to close.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And thank you everyone for coming and sticking it out for those who made it all the way to the end.